navigation error. I wonder if I should try a different build. Where is... We'll try Giza's wheel.
The American frontier, 18th century and early 19th century, is a quintessential point in history. Everyone kind of refers to it, and it's this amazing time and place like no other. This area was critically important. It was just on the other side of the Allegheny and Appalachian Mountains. It was this rich territory with lots of wildlife and untold
not here?
wealth, but it was completely unexplored. It was an area where
where are the golems?
thousands of people would want to
There's
rush
like 2
to.
golems
But
here.
the reality is it was a very dangerous territory.
Further on ahead.
It was almost impossible to survive. It took a special kind of person with special kind of equipment. It's a very beautiful environment with lots of mountains, with amazing forests. We have areas with large cane breaks and open areas. But what are the difficulties? What are the dangers in this area? Because, I mean, if you talk about it like that, it sounds very idyllic. Well, it turns out that this area had hostile Native Americans in it. And the Native Americans, talking about that is very difficult because we see Native Americans as a monolith. Many different nations of Native Americans all over throughout this region. And their idea of culture and politics, how they interacted with each other, was very different from one nation to another. And it also had to do with whether we were at war at the time or not. So we could have a situation where the Native Americans might save your life or might take your life. People that are exploring and hunters are just as much of a danger to you in this frontier setting. It took a special kind of person to go into this environment. That means that the other people that you're going to be interacting with, the other explorers and hunters, they're cut from a different kind of cloth. They have to be a special kind of scoundrel to want to go out of these civilized areas and into this very primitive, rugged area. And so they themselves become dangerous to each other. Some of the most famous characters that we know of this time period, like Daniel Boone, have a very good character. They come off in history as kind people. But there are many that go into this and they have no ethics whatsoever. They are out for anything they can get. And Nicholas Cresswell, in his journal, he speaks of all of these people on the frontier as
we'll contact my friend who knows how to
There's a
farm
point
Elden
in
Ring
Nicholas Cresswell's
a lot.
travels where they are most of the way back into the wilderness, and he has had a falling out. It's been getting worse and worse, and there's a point where they just snap and they go to their guns. They are ready to fight it out. Luckily, other men in the group have cooler heads and it doesn't come to blows, but it was very dangerous at that situation. And you can kind of hear or read between the lines in the entire journal how everything was just on edge the entire trip. These men were ready to snap because of the dangers around them and the personal difficulties they had. It's not just people we have to worry about, but in this beautiful environment, it's filled with dangerous beasts. Now that's part of the riches, but it's also a great danger. One of the biggest herds of animals that goes through this area are bison. North American bison, or buffalo as they were talked about in the time period, there are thousands and thousands of these animals. They are huge, they are difficult to kill, and they can kill you by stampede or goring you. And there was a time where Nicholas Cresswell, they're sleeping by the river, and some of them are sleeping in canoes, and some of them are on land. And
Yo, what's up? Can you drop me Millicent's
They
prosthesis,
smash one of the
friendo?
canoes to smithereens.
Yes,
no one
you
was
can.
hurt, but some people were sleeping in one of the canoes, and they could have easily been killed, but everyone comes through safely. And buffalo can be extremely difficult to kill. At one point in the journey, they are very, very hungry, and they find this buffalo who's swimming in the river, and they're in a canoe. They grab onto his tail, and it pulls the canoe through the water. They shoot at the buffalo multiple times, and yet the buffalo still has all the strength to be able to swim to shore and run away. We have cougar and mountain lion, wildcats in the region. So there are lots of dangerous wild animals that we have to consider constantly. Rivers are one of the things that make this region so explorable, but they're also a great
my
danger.
friend dropped
The
me
danger of drowning as
Millicent's
you are
prosthesis.
exploring. In Daniel Trabu's journal, he speaks of a time when they are moving families with keelboats. And one of their keelboats strikes a hidden rock or a sunken log, and it begins to sink almost immediately. And luckily they were able to swing the stern of the keelboat to the bank of the river, and everyone escaped with their lives, but they lost most of their goods. This
Hey Rusty, how's it going?
all the time, and sometimes they're traveling by canoe at night down the river. And you can imagine some of these rivers are huge and have a large quantity of current. So they're taking their lives into their hands whenever they're traveling like that. One of the things we have now that they didn't have then was any kind of modern medicine, and specifically antibiotics. It's difficult to spend any quantity of time in a wilderness setting like this without hurting yourself, at least a little bit. And something like a simple cut could lead to your death on the frontier. Colonel James Smith was traveling from that deep frontier going back to civilization, and he steps on a sharpened stick and it goes into his foot.
Jesus.
He is crippled for the next
That sounds
10 or 15
horrible.
days while that heals
Stick
up.
going
He
into
is
your
in a
foot.
very dangerous situation. He only has one companion with him to help feed him while he basically cannot.
You sprained your
move.
ankle.
Nicholas Cresswell
Ouch.
also had an issue with hurting his feet. He was walking in the river.
Is it like a
probably
really
barefoot.
bad
He
sprain, or is
hurts
it just
his
like a
foot,
mild one?
and he
Like,
is
sprained
out
ankles can get
of
pretty
commission
serious,
for
actually.
A couple of days he can't move, and you have to keep moving on the frontier. One of the greatest dangers
I
is
had a really bad
exposure
sprained ankle
on
when
the
I was a kid.
frontier. You have to have the right kind of shelter. And being in something like torrential rains for days at a time or cold weather is very dangerous. Cresswell speaks of multiple times where they're in an environment where they really don't have any protection at all. It's been raining for days at a time, and they're just sort of hiding out underneath logs or whatever they can do to stay out of the rain. Colonel James Smith was in a similar situation. Luckily, they had a large canoe that they could flip over and stay underneath this canoe. Very, very cramped quarters. There are also situations like this cabin where they would make very, very quick and easy structures to stay alive on the frontier. A cabin like this might only last you a couple of weeks, or you might leave it up for several different years to go back.
Okay, this could be a
to
really
go
good
back
build.
into the frontier. There were people that stayed on the frontier over the winter. And a cabin like this was the only way to survive
here.
in the winter in the frontier. Cabins could also make you a target for hostile people. So there were other kinds of structures that you could find, places to hide that were found areas, something like a cave, or there are several references to people hiding out in giant hollow trees and using them as a place to live for months at a time. Say you're a person in the 18th century and you're along the East Coast, you want to go into the frontier. How are you going to survive? How are you going to get through all those dangerous things? Well, Nicholas Cresswell is the perfect example of this. He wants to do that very thing. He wants to go into the Kentucky area. He's along the East Coast. And the only way he knows that he can survive is to find a guide, someone who has the experience to survive this situation. He asks multiple people for the right person to take him into the frontier. And he does
See what
find
could be
a
good
guide,
here.
someone who knows
I mean, this,
not only how to
I actually
survive
kind
in
of
the
dig
situation,
this
but how to build
armor
the
that I'm wearing.
canoes it's going to take
It's really
to get
not
there.
bad.
So how do you get the experience to survive in the wilderness, to be a guide? Well, Colonel James Smith
Let's
is
see.
a great example of that. He was someone who was working on a road with a large crew of people going into the wilderness area, and he is taken captive. Many people are
Let's
killed.
do
He's
Black
taken
Flame
captive,
Monk
and
Grease
he
first.
is adopted into an Indian
Let's see
tribe.
how much
He spends several years as
encumbrance
a
and
Native American, and he
fencing.
learns all it takes to survive in the
Okay.
wilderness with
We
nothing.
can lower our
A
strength.
guide is also going to help you not only with losing your way, but dealing with
Still
the
5
people that you're
points
going to find along
over-leveled.
the way. And a good guide knows how to interact with Native Americans. In the second trip that Nicholas Cresswell goes into the wilderness, he takes just one other person with him, a guide, and that guide is specifically to help him trade with the Native Americans. He knows how to speak the language, what their culture is like, how to sell things to them, and how to survive with them, how to interact with them. Even if you have the right shelter and you have the right guide, you still have to have the right equipment if you're going to survive in the wilderness. No one goes into the wilderness without a gun. Guns are what keeps you alive and helps you hunt and feed yourself.
This is
in
the best I can
wilderness.
do, I
They
think.
had rifles and muskets. Now,
I'm
a
gonna have to
rifle or a
change
musket in
these
the time period is actually
greaves
a
to
very,
something
very
else.
simple and fairly sturdy weapon. But they had a very delicate little lock structure. This
Maybe
little
foot
lock structure
soldiers?
with multiple springs and screws could be easily broken. You'd have to have some little tools to make sure you could fix your gun in the frontier. And your gun without powder and without lead, again, is useless. It's nothing more than a club. Your next most important tool will be a knife, probably a fixed blade belt knife. A belt knife is going to help you build a shelter. It's going to help you take care of your food by skinning out animals, and at times it might be your only means of defense. You can tell how important a knife was. There was a particular circumstance where there was Bigfoot Spencer, and he was in Tennessee. He had one person with him, and they decided to split up. One of them was going to go back into civilization.
Or we can go from
was gonna
spiked
stay
palisade
there
shields
in
to
Tennessee, but they only had
the marred
one
wooden
belt knife.
shields.
They knew that one person without a belt knife probably would survive. They took their one knife, they broke it in half so that each person would have a piece of a knife. Part of your equipment is your clothing, and you had to have a special kind of clothing as you go into
Yeah,
the
that-
frontier.
It's like so
Regular
much lighter.
clothing that you
Okay.
would wear as a farmer
I'm
or
gonna have
as
to use,
someone
like, a
on
smaller
an
shield
East
with
Coast
this.
town would not hack it on the frontier. Your clothing would
So
basically
try Black
fall
Flame
apart.
Monk Greaves.
Especially shoes. Leather shoes on the frontier would
There
not
we go.
last very long at all.
Ronin?
Nicholas Cresswell has this problem. Most everyone else does. You're walking in the water, you're walking in the mud, and your shoes basically just rot and fall apart.
Yeah,
so
there we go.
almost everyone has to use moccasins, something that the Native Americans perfected and everyone could basically make on the frontier and repair along the way, which you couldn't do with regular leather shoes. Rowing canoes, walking for miles, or climbing mountains, these all require great quantities of energy. Food is so important on your travels. So all of these explorers and hunters are taking along
Or maybe I should
rations,
use the
whether
spiral
that's
shield.
cornmeal or ship's
Because it
biscuits.
gives really
But
good
no one can bring
defenses
along
too.
all the food they're going to need, so everyone
And I'm not really going to
hunts
use this
on
for
the
blocking
frontier.
anyway.
Your skills at hunting are incredibly important, and most of these
Wait, do I even have the
explorers
spiral
and
shield on
hunters
this?
are
Let's
bringing
see.
along dogs to help them. But I think the most important rule that we see as
I don't know
we
when to
look
see a
at these
doctor,
people
did an
going into the
x-ray, told
frontier
me to get
and
some pills,
surviving
gel,
is the
elastic
fact that
bandage.
they rarely
Okay,
take
yeah.
this alone. They are always
I can walk but
traveling in groups,
limping.
at
Don't walk,
least
man, don't
2
walk.
people. And they know
Like,
that being alone
I thought I'd be a
is
tough
a
guy and like
dangerous
just keep
situation,
walking, you know?
and everyone
That
needs help
that just made the
at
limp
some point.
so much
Even
worse.
mentally, to stay sane in this frontier
I
space
could have
for
healed in
months
like
or
a
even
day or
years
two, but
at a
instead I
time.
decided to like
The
walk on
most
a sprained
important
ankle.
factor of
Because I thought I was a tough
was
guy.
their mindset in that time period. They
That was so
understood
stupid.
what it would take to survive, the equipment they would need, the
See, where's
guides they would have to
this?
have,
Although this shield
knowledge,
looks really
and
nice, it matches my
even
setup.
the emotional
What's the
ideas.
block on it?
Many people did
Physical.
this.
It's
But
pretty
the
bad. It's
reality
like
is,
70.
vast majority of people
Oh wait, that's
would
it's 80.
never
Okay,
have put
81. That's
themselves
not too
in that
bad.
situation in the first place. It took that
Sort
special
of
kind
block.
of person with that special mindset to be able to go
That's
into
the thing.
that
Like Spike
frontier
Palisade would
and survive.
block a lot
So the
nicer.
question
95.
is, could we as people today go back and survive the American frontier? I think if we have the right mindset, if we had the guides and the equipment, that we could definitely survive the frontier.
Otherwise, I can
Those
like
people back
replace
then,
Godskin
they
Swallowing
were
Cloth with
just
a
regular
great jar.
people.
That might
They were
be
not
better.
superheroes. They weren't 10 times stronger than we are. These were just ordinary people that had the desire and the willpower to overcome this extraordinary challenge.
Maybe Lord of Bloods. Yeah, let's go replace Lord of Bloods with the jar. I know it's gonna reduce my damage by a lot, but jar, arsenal. You have to go to the toilet somehow. Wrong. You just get a bottle. You just get a couple of bottles and you just sit there. Doesn't matter if it's number 1 or number 2. Bottle still works. Okay, let's go use Spiked Palisade. Change the Lord of Bloods to Great Jar. Okay. It's still medium load, which is good. I can reduce my endurance by a lot. Okay, that's sweet. 2 points down. Man, I guess I can get 60 vigor. I don't have the, I don't have... I don't have anything to regen mana with. It's gonna suck. But that's okay. That's what Gisa's wheel's for. Yeah, okay. I can block with this, alright. Get my health back. This build is still gonna suck against Malekith, though. What would be my answer for like a boss like Malekith? Maybe just like a composite. Maybe just the misbegotten short bow with bleed arrows. I just like turn it into a bow build whenever I guess I could use Black Flame. No, that's gonna get me killed. Yeah, I guess like bleed arrows with misbegotten short bow. This can be best. Oh wait, actually. I'll have enough dexterity for the repeating crossbow. I should use that instead. That's gonna be better. Where is it? I have it. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I'll have the crossbow. I wonder if that should be a quick swap. Maybe. Maybe quick swap. Nah, I can just hard swap it. I'll just hard swap to a pulley crossbow. I'm just gonna change these out to bleed bolts. I'm gonna need to adjust that. Definitely need bleed bolts back. About something like a golem. I guess I have the Spike Palisade shield for that. Gargoyles also will get hurt by the shield shield crash. So look, I think this build is pretty good. This build is gonna be very good against pretty much everything, except for like the top 5% of PvPers who just play Elden Ring all day and yeah, use this wheel. Okay. Is this build good to go for respec? Oops. Shoot. I gotta resize the tiny thing again. Oh. Okay. Where is... Okay, build calculator, two-handed is off. I have enough for faith, for bestial vitality if I need it. Anything else I need? I think that's basically it. Let's go upgrade the weapons now. Ashes of War, Spike Palisade, Shield Crash, Cold. So we have Bleed and Cold on our Spike Palisade. Do I have enough stones for this? Let's go get +7. Or +8 now. Yes. +8, and this is gonna be +20. I don't think I have enough stones for +20 on this. We'll see, we'll see. Oh, I do, okay. Nice. And then also the crossbow. Oh, very nice. +8. Remove the Ashes of War on the stuff I don't need. And then put away stuff. Don't need the Great Stars. The banner. Don't need that, don't need that. Don't need those. Not gonna be using these shields anymore, unfortunately. They're a lot of fun, but it's time to move on to grander builds. Okay, let's go respec.
Is it time? Now.
Let's see, 58 vigor. Right? No, actually 60 vigor. Okay, I can afford 60 vigor. Or should I get 58 vigor, 12 mind? Nah, we don't need mind. Shield bash, shield crash only takes, I believe, 9 FP, or maybe 12. Wait, let me go check first. Because I don't have the carrion filigree crest, that kind of messes things up. I think it's 8 with carrion filigree crest. Yeah, I can't talk today. Carrion filigree crest. Wait. Oh, this should, yeah, it's 12. Okay. So 12.
Is it time?
12 times 7, I guess. Or 12 times 6. 72. I can use shield crash 7 times before I have to drink, which is good enough for me. I think 7 shield crashes will take care of most things. Like more than that, I'm just like spamming, and that's gonna get me killed anyway. So, yeah. What if we have 2 into mine though? That's gonna be 85. So, okay, maybe it is worth putting 2 points into mind, because that's gonna give me 8 shield crashes opposed to 6. Oh wait, no, that's only gonna give me 1 more shield crash. 1 more shield crash or 30 HP. I'm gonna go with the HP because I have the percent heal. I have the Godskin Swallowing Cloth that gives me like plus 3% HP. Basically per hit, because I'll just be using the uncharged heavy attack on Gisa's wheel. Yeah, okay, so I need 26 endurance, 28 strength. This is nice because Gisa's wheel is like a quality weapon. Oh wait, never mind. I was gonna say it's a quality weapon and then like dex and strength, but that's endurance. Never mind. We only have 3 in dex, which will turn into 18 with the prosthesis. 2 faith. It's always good to have healing without having to hot swap. It's always worth investing those 2 points. Okay, that looks good. Looks good, looks good.
Martha.
Medium load. And yeah, let's go test this out. Chocho, you okay? Why is Chocho whining? He's dreaming. Chocho is barking in his sleep. Very cute. Yeah, let's just hang out at the East Capitol Rampart. AFK for a bit. Wait around for a summon. Basically the whole premise of the build, right? I don't need the arrow. I don't need the bows either. Oh shoot! I actually need to go get like the. Do I have the bell bearings for like the crossbow? I don't know if I actually have that yet. It would be nice to go get the bell bearing for the merchant. Do I have it in prison? Okay, I do have it. I do have it. Do I have? Okay, I also have thin beast bones and stuff, right? Can I? How much ingredients do I have? Item crafting. Okay, I can craft a few. I can craft a lot. Nice. I am prepared. I am prepared. That's good to know. I'll need a lot of these. And then I kind of want to craft these just in case we run into a dastard. But usually, like, most people are good enough to avoid rot bolts, and even if they do get rotted, they usually dupe boluses anyway, so it doesn't matter. What does matter is damage, so bleed, and then for enemies, I'm gonna use Poison Bolt. Nah, actually Poison Bolt, it doesn't even matter. Like, bleed bolts are really the only thing that matters. I'll just have bleed bolts and normal bolts. Or maybe the explosive bolts they can get. Where's that one dude who sells like explosive lightning bolts? Those could be good for like PvP purposes. Super evasive, super passive. We need to punish passivity with our build. How to punish a passive invader. Lightning bolts. That's how we do it. Get all these stones. We should buy all this. Buy out his stock of everything. And then let's buy all this too, just so I don't have to think about it. Okay. Sweet.
I'm afraid.
Now we have... Although flaming bolts could be really useful too, honestly. Like, perfume, all these bolts are really useful. And swap out for that. And then we can stash the misbegotten short bows because I'm not going to be using bows on this build. I don't have enough FP for a rain of arrows. Spamming that is not viable on this build. So, just not have it. Let's go put away all of these shields, and then we have a nice and clean inventory. Alright. That'll be my main attack, and then if invaders do get too aggressive and they're like using something really fast, I have shield crash for that. Like if they're using like dual scavenger blades or something, and they just like keep spamming running swishy swish. Oh, Melania, shoot. Wait, what's my answer for Melania? I actually don't know. I guess shield crash will work. Shield crash is bullying Melania a bit. If they're distracted, I can use I can use Giza's wheel if Melania is distracted. Crab up. Crab. Oh. This is a really good combo, actually. Oh my god. Works so well. I gotta be careful of waterfowl. She's gonna do waterfowl really soon. Terrified right now. Ah! Oh, waterfowl. Not on me though. Okay. Nice. I can't see. Ah! Whoa, shit. Okay. Crab up again. Shoot. Did I knock her down? I can't tell. Lagging a little bit. Fuck, dude. Ah, jeez. The lag. Ah, fuck. Gotta heal. Man, she's not getting knocked down anymore. Please knock her down. Yes, finally. Jeez. The knockdowns are really helpful. Oh shit, is that the frilled finger? Frilled finger's dead. Maybe they're a little bit too aggressive. Got a little bit greedy because of the knockdowns. Oh my god. Yeah, can't get greedy here. I'm gonna die. Oh, maybe not. That was really good. This actually works well against Melania. It's a viable Melania build. So I guess that proves something. We'll take a short break after this co-op and get some work done. Femur's Grotto. Nice. Oh, I got saved. Ah! To be able to get that health back. With the constant swaddling. Whoa! Stuck on the furniture. I wonder how shield counters are on this thing. Any good? Oops. Wrong target. Can't see. Can't see. It's okay. Whoa! Getting my health back a lot. Did I get poisoned? Am I poisoned? I'm not poisoned. Oh, I should probably get like the... I need the jar cannon as well for like bosses like this. Coming up ahead, because I don't have anything... I don't have a heavy hitter for... Oh, they killed it. Okay, it's not here. Yeah, but I need like a heavy hitter, so jar cannon or something. If I can't use the jar cannon, probably the ballista. Wait, I can actually use a great bow, can't I? I think I can use a great bow. 18 deck should be enough for a great bow, I think. Maybe not the great bow, but one of the great bows. Let's go shield crash the omen killer in here. See how it goes. Shield crash and then heavy attack combo. Can get knocked down. Maybe not. I can only get staggered. Oh, he's dead though. Okay. Nice. Well done. This is a really fun build. Did I go farther if I charge this? I do. I should be charging that. Forgot about the charge. Can I wear heavier stuff? Let's see. Nope. It's like exact for Ronins. Alright, we'll chill with the merchant here, get some work done, listen to some cool stuff. Listen to some background noise.
In the year 1800, a Scottish captain by the name of Colin Mackenzie was travelling in the south of India. Mackenzie was an officer in the British East India Company, a trading corporation with a private army larger than many countries that in the last century had come to hold sway over vast areas of India. Mackenzie had come to India at the age of 30, and he became so fascinated with the place that he would never leave. He was a curious man and an avid collector of artifacts. Over his nearly 40 years in India, he amassed a collection of 1,500 historical manuscripts, written on palm leaves in 13 languages, along with thousands of local histories and songs, charts, maps, sketches, and a collection of more than 6,000 coins. Mackenzie was also himself a skilled map maker, and he produced the first authentic geographical map of South India. And so we can imagine his excitement as he was travelling through the rocky landscape of the Indian state of Karnataka, when his local guides told him of the existence of an enormous ruined city nearby that had once been the capital of a great and powerful empire. These ruins, they told him, were crumbling and overgrown, and could be found near the town of Anagundi, at a small village known as Hampi, a place that the Kannada-speaking locals had come to know by the name Al Putun, or the ruined
Got work
city.
tomorrow? Oh no.
Mackenzie urged them to
Work.
take him there at once. Mackenzie's visit to the ruins is recorded in a journal he kept at the time, which has never been published, but which exists in rough manuscript form in the British Library. In his neat, curling, cursive handwriting, Mackenzie records what it was like to wander through the overgrown ruins of this great city, as his guides told him what they could about its history.
South and half southwest of Anagundi are still remaining many great ruins of the ancient city, palaces, pagodas, droogs, and fortifications, to which the people gave the name Al-Putun, or the ruined city. The palaces with the grand stables for elephants and horses are there to be seen. On the southeast of one palace is a place called Vasanta Vudum, formerly the baths of the Rajas. They say that ancient kings used to entertain themselves on certain festivals with throwing saffron-tinged water on their women in a little square basin in the center of the building, surrounded by galleries. Its drain or conduit, almost ruined, is to be still seen. Westward of this bathing place is a line of basins and cups cut out of the fine black stones and placed on each side of the water conduit. They say that here was formerly the king's garden.
Here and there, families of monkeys would have clambered over these great boulders, chattering and chasing one another. Mackenzie climbed up onto the rocky granite hills nearby, and from there he sketched the first comprehensive map of the site. He wasn't a man given over to poetry, and he let his maps and sketches do the talking. But he does make note of the sights that he saw as he explored the ruins.
The interior ramparts, apparently designed to enclose the royal quarter, comprehending the palaces, or mahals, waterworks of the most remarkable sort are visible. An eating place with a number of black stone slabs laid along a conduit, with dishes in the shape of leaves, sculptured on a theme. An octangular basin gallery and fountain in ruins. An elephant stable of 11 strong vaulted divisions, each crowned by a handsome cupola.
So hard to come up with names.
On stone pillars, which brought water from the tank near Kamlapur to the royal quarter, gardens, fountains. It appears to have been destroyed with much industry.
Only a few decades later, in the 1850s, another East India Company officer, one Colonel Alexander Greenlaw, would visit the ruined site with an early camera and would take some of the most affecting photographs of the ruins in their undisturbed condition. In them, we can see the same crumbling, magnificently carved edifices that Mackenzie would have,
Hard.
overgrown with mosses, growths of cactus-like euphorbia and
Thorax.
grasses,
Torture
their
thorax. There we
ornate
go.
couples strangled by vines. We can see the beautiful bathing houses spilling over with water weeds.
Oh my
The
god,
halls
it
of
popped.
long-dead kings now silent and shaded
CBT.
beneath cracking roofs. In his
Torture
journal,
Tim.
Mackenzie describes the
Torture
site
Timmy.
of the city, now sunken beneath
No,
the
no,
earth.
no, Timmy Torture.
This place is now almost ruined, but it remains still very magnificent and curious. The houses of the inhabitants are entirely destroyed, and the ruins now form high
That
banks
works.
and
Timmy Torture.
eminences, under which are buried many great houses whose terraces are level with or sunk below the soil. Many of these we can see in passing among the inner ruins. South of the King's Palace is a square building, the top of which is destroyed now. This being covered with earth and overgrown with bushes, we could not penetrate its interior.
These crumbling ruins were the remains of a city known as Vijayanagara. As Mackenzie walked between the fallen pillars, as he looked down on them from the hilltop nearby and drew his map, he was clearly struck by the grandeur and magnificence of these remains, and he must have wondered how such a great society could build all this, flourish, and then vanish into nothing. My name's Paul Cooper, and you're listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. Each episode, I look at a civilization of the past that rose to glory and then collapsed into the ashes of history. I want to ask, what did they have in common? What led to their fall? And what did it feel like to be a person alive at the time, who witnessed the end of their world? In this episode, I want to look at a civilization that has all but faded from memory in many parts of the world. That's the story of the Vijayanagara Empire.
Wow,
of
look at the
southern
damage.
I want to tell the story
What?
of
I
how
missed.
this remarkable
I missed.
society
What the fuck?
rose up out of an age of conflict and fragmentation.
They missed that.
How it built one of the largest and most impressive medieval cities in the world, and developed an identity that was both South Indian.
It's always
nature
interesting seeing like what
and
other
global
glass cannons
outlook.
you wear.
And
Like this guy
finally,
here, the host.
I want to tell
Definitely
the
a
story of what happened
definitely a glass cannon.
to bring the great stone temples
Maybe
of
the co-op?
Vijayanagara
I don't know.
crashing down in fire.
Wait, I think
and
I've grouped
flame.
up with old friend before. I think that's actually like, what the heck? She's got like coom all over her face. Or maybe she's supposed to like cosplay as a deer. I'm not sure.
The
One or the other.
granite terrain that surrounds the small village of Hampi and the ruins of Vijayanagara around it is one of the most distinct and easily recognizable in the world. It's a unique and surreal clutter of enormous rounded boulders, teetering in strange and unlikely balancing acts, looking a little like pebbles someone has piled up on a beach.
Well,
A later visitor
Ah.
to the ruins, a British man named A.H. Longhouse, provides
No,
the following
the
vivid
root is
description
blocking my
of the
passage.
region's distinctive landscape.
there we go. Oh my god, that
The
was
site of
funny.
the old city is a
Did he fall? He
strangely
fell.
wild
Oh god.
place to have been the
That's gonna be fun.
birthplace and
Well, I guess I have to fall
capital of
too.
an empire The whole of it is dotted with barren, rocky hills, and immediately north of it, the wide and rapid
Wait, what do I do? I guess I can. I guess this works. I heard this weapon is good against abductors. Whoa. That's another one.
Granite, weathered to every shade of color from gray to brown, and hardly any vegetation.
Jeez, the AI.
The alternate burning gaze
Oh yeah, we have a mage on our team, so that's gonna work against. Ah!
have seemed and smelled
using
every direction.
using my own weapon against me.
Solid rock, and the earthquakes of remote ages have gone from their flanks
Get some of that health back.
and have piled these up round about their sides in the most fantastic confusion.
We should go. We should go up here.
Headlong
I need to go up
into
here
the
in case there's an
valleys
invader.
below.
Someone has to be up here
Despite
just in
its
case.
often precarious appearance, this landscape is actually one of the most ancient and stable surfaces to be found anywhere in the world. These
This is where the
vast
invader
heat
spawns
layers of
sometimes.
granite were formed under the Earth's surface between about 3 and 3.5 billion years ago, during the earliest formation of the Earth's crust. Some of these rocks were around during the emergence of the very first life on Earth, from the tiniest microbes and bacteria. They have stood here and
Do they know how to
watched that
climb up?
life emerge from the seas, seen the dinosaurs rule the Earth, only to be wiped out by a visitor from the stars, then seen the evolution of humans from small mammals. While softer rocks have eroded around them, these hard granites have remained. The landmass
Oh, I missed
that
out
they are
some loot
part
down
of
there. Oh well.
is often known as the
Oh,
Indian
well.
subcontinent, a place with one of the most interesting interplays of geology and climate in the world. This is a massive peninsula jutting out of the south of Asia that extends south for more than 3,000 kilometers from the Himalayan mountains.
Oh my god.
It's a landmass that encompasses an enormous variation in landscapes, from the mountainous cloud forests and coconut palmed beaches in the south to the snowy reaches of the Himalayas in the north and the baking Thar Desert in the northwest. But generally, India is loosely divided into two regions, usually called North and South India. The north is a landscape of expansive, flat riverlands, grassy plains stretching off into the distance, then rising to the foothills of the Himalayas. But in the south, the landscape is dominated
That
by an
rune
arid,
fragments.
rocky shelf
These are nice to have.
known as the Deccan
I'll always take them
Plateau.
off the ground.
The name Deccan comes from the same root as the Tamil word Tekkanam and the Sanskrit word Dakshina, which both mean the province of the south. This plateau is a sprawling table of rocky land that covers much of western, central and southern India. It rises from low elevations in the north up to more than 1,000 meters in the south, wedged between the two mountain ranges known as the Western and Eastern Ghats. The word Ghat is used in some South Indian languages to describe stone steps leading down to a river or lake.
Did they just say
And so the
gat
word is
means
also used
stone
for these
steps?
mountains,
I thought it means butt.
since they look down over the coast. The Western Ghats
I thought it's slang for
are
butt.
in fact the eroded remnants of what was once the edge of this continent. 100 million years ago, India was joined to Africa, before tearing away and beginning a journey of 6,000 kilometers across the ocean, before colliding with Asia. Directly after the break from Africa, it's thought that the west coast of India would have appeared as a sheer cliff, around 1,000 meters high. Over the next 100 million years, erosion and weathering would wear down this cliff into the dramatic series of mountains that today runs the whole length of the coast and can soar up to 2,600 meters. In the south, they are so massive that they block the clouds.
I knocked
that
this guy
roll
down with
into
shield
the
crash.
sea
Let's see.
during India's southwest monsoon. meaning that the land on the west of the mountain is a vivid tropical green, a landscape of lagoons, mango forests, while the land of the Deccan Plateau beyond them is relatively dry and arid. But across this rocky landscape, a number of great rivers do flow. They flow down the slope of the land eastward, away from the mountains of the Western Ghats. Some of these Deccan rivers are the Godavari, the Krishna, the Kaveri, and the Tungabhadra, and they all flow eastwards until they eventually empty into the Bay of Bengal on the eastern coast.
Is this the equivalent of Vietnam in Elden
And so
Ring?
this is the
Why are there
landscape
so many
across
mines?
which the great
Elden Ring is
medieval
full of
drama
like
of South
mines,
India
caves, and
will
dungeons.
unfold.
It's actually really cool.
The roots of
Like if
human
it was just open
civilization
world,
in
it'd be
India
like
are
not
truly
fun.
ancient.
I'm glad they
Analysis
have
of
so many
mitochondrial
underground,
DNA
close quarter
shows that
areas.
modern humans began arriving in the subcontinent
This area
between
needs like
75,000
more
to
polys.
50,000
Definitely.
years ago, migrating through the Middle East
It's
and
actually, yeah,
Persia
let's go
from our
add
origins
more polys
in
here.
Eastern Africa.
Probably
Cave
same with the
paintings
rest.
dating to around 10,000 years ago
Yeah.
have been found in the rock shelters of Bhimbetka in central India.
I'll save it
These
first.
paintings show men riding horses and even elephants, suggesting that the story of humans in this region has been intertwined with those of animals since the very beginning. Around the year 6500 BC, agriculture emerged, as people began to farm winter grasses, barley and wheat, in Balochistan in modern Pakistan, on the banks of the Indus River. In the following millennia, these techniques spread all the way up the Indus Valley. From about the year 3000 BC, large cities began to form in this region, which today are known by the names Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa, and which are estimated to have held as many as 60,000 people. The cities of the civilization that grew up in the Indus Valley were built from baked bricks and featured elaborate drainage systems and water supply systems, along with what may have been temples and workshops. Its people used a system of standardized weights to measure out goods, and in some cities, large canals and docks have also been uncovered. There's evidence that the Indus Valley may have traded by sea with the civilizations of Mesopotamia, the Sumerians and Akkadians, and Indus Valley artifacts have been found as far afield as Oman, Bahrain, and in the south of Iraq. And it's perhaps here that the people of India first truly harnessed the immense power of the elephant.
Wait, what? Oh,
The
okay.
carved seals of the Indus Valley seem to provide the earliest evidence of the organized capturing and training of elephants from as early as 6000 BC. By the time the first surviving texts were written in India many thousands of years later, tamed elephants would have already been a common everyday sight, carrying heavy loads for construction, transporting important people, and fighting as weapons of war. The Indus Valley civilization is also thought to have experimented with writing, although the extent to which they did so is a matter for debate. Archaeologists have uncovered hundreds of distinct symbols that Indus people used on stamp seals or small tablets, ceramic pots, and what may have been signs hanging over the gates of their inner citadel. Most of these inscriptions are tiny, containing only 4 to 5 characters. The longest ever found on a single surface is only 17 characters long, and we can't tell whether this was truly a written language.
Do that.
If the
then
Indus Valley
bridge.
symbols really are a form of writing, the tragedy is that it has never been decoded. And so the names of their cities, the names of their kings, their deeds and works, the lives of everyday people, all of it has been lost beneath the sands of Pakistan, perhaps forever. All that we have left are the names that later people gave to the remains of these haunting places. One of their largest cities is known today as Mohenjo-Daro, which in the language of Sindhi simply means the mound of dead men. While it's not clear what happened to cause the downfall of their society, we do have some idea. The Indus Valley climate grew significantly cooler and drier from about 1800 BC, linked to a general weakening of the monsoon at that time, an event that may have also contributed to the collapse of Sumerian society in the valley of Mesopotamia. The Indus Valley did not use as extensive irrigation techniques, and so were more reliant on the annual floods of the river. As the floods failed, the capacity of the river to support the population would have collapsed. At this time, a people known as the Arya are thought to have arrived in the valley. It's unclear whether these Aryans came as settlers or refugees, whether they were welcomed or met with conflict, whether they brought new technologies and language into the valley, or whether they simply learned them there. But whatever the case, this pattern would be repeated countless times over the coming history. People would arrive in India from the lands beyond, mix with the people already there, and a new culture would be born. A blend of old and new, foreign and homegrown. By the year 1300 BC, the people of the Indus Valley had left their drought-ridden land and migrated eastwards, leaving the cities of Harappa, Mohenjo-Daro and many others to crumble into the sands. They migrated east until they reached a large, bountiful river, which meandered across an enormous floodplain, rich and full of life. And here, on the banks of this river, the next phase of Indian history would begin. Although the story of Vijayanagara takes place in the southern realm of the Deccan's arid and rocky plateau, it begins here in the north, in this
Triangle
flat
here.
and rich river plain.
That's not good.
And the river that flows across it is known as the river Ganges.
Bridge.
This river is known locally as the Ganga, and sometimes Ma Ganga, or Mother River. It begins in an icy cave known as Gomukh, or the mouth of the cow, which yawns open at the bottom of the great glacier Gangotri, high up in the Himalayas. Since its formation 50 million years ago, the enormous weight of the Himalayan mountain chain has quite literally weighed down the land around it. To the south, the ground has been pressed down so it is now almost at sea level, and it's across this flat plain that the Ganges flows for more than 2,500 kilometers, from east to west, down to the hot mangrove swamps of the Bay of Bengal, where it finally empties its silty waters into the sea. For millennia, this great waterway has sustained around 1/10 of the world's population, with food, water and fish, and has provided a highway for people and trade to pass up and down the river. And on one of the main tributaries of the Ganges, a smaller river known as the Yamuna sits.
This
the
area might be a
city
little bit
of Delhi.
problematic as well. What we can do is actually split this.
Delhi is one of the oldest
Basically
cities
split
in
all
the
of that,
world.
and then
It has been continually inhabited
we'll just
for
delete
more than 8,000
this.
years. The soil on the
edge.
banks of the Yamuna is rich, and so the people here have always flourished.
There we
It's
go.
in this region of northwestern India, during the period following the collapse
Okay,
of
let's
the
save
Indus
it,
Valley
and then
civilization,
unfreeze. It might
that the
crash.
earliest
If it does
examples
crash,
of
we'll
written texts
triangulate
were
everything
laid
first.
down in the ancient
All of the
northern
altered
language of
polygons.
Sanskrit. These texts began to be written around 3,500 years ago, and they are known as the Vedas. Unfortunately for us, many of these early texts were written on fragile, perishable substances, many of them on paper made of the bark of the Himalayan birch tree, using inks made of ash. Some of these texts, remarkably, have survived from as far back as the 3rd or 4th centuries, but in most cases they have been lost. The oldest of these Sanskrit texts, known as the Rig Veda, was probably transmitted orally from at least the 2nd millennium BC, or more than 4,000 years ago. In it is contained a poetic vision of how written language developed in this region.
Brihaspate Prathamam Vacho Agram Yat Prairata Namadheyam.
When in giving names, they first set forth the beginning of language, their most excellent and spotless secret was laid bare through love. When the wise ones formed language with their mind, purifying it like grain with a winnowing fan.
There we go. It didn't crash.
Then
Nice.
friends knew friendships, an auspicious mark placed on their language.
Tamanva Vindan Rishishu Pravish.
All right, that looks pretty good. Although I don't know. I think this
The
is kind of
publication
bad.
these texts
It's like-
had an enormous impact.
This
For about
geometry is kind of
1,000
bad here.
years
I
after
have to fix that.
300 BC, the
Let's go
language
ahead and
of
fix it now.
Sanskrit, once spoken
I really
only
shouldn't
in the
have
north
done
of
this
India,
here.
would spread to eclipse all others, becoming the common language of art, science,
how to
religion,
fix-
and poetry, much as Latin once was in Europe. It was in this period that the Vedic religion formed, based
Okay,
on
we
the
have
script
one
of the
triangle here
Vedas.
that needs a home.
And from this, after a number of adaptations,
We need to
and
rehouse
evolutions,
this
would
triangle
emerge the religion
somewhere.
we know today as Hinduism. Today, the lands of India are united in a single modern nation, but it's perhaps one of the most diverse nation-states on Earth, and certainly the largest nation to comprise so many different cultures within its borders. The citizens of Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Maharashtra, and all the 28 states of modern India are as different from one another as the citizens of France, Germany, and Italy. They vary in their traditional dress, diet, ritual observances, and in the 22 official major languages.
That's crazy. So
spoken
much
across
culture
the
in India.
subcontinent. South of Maharashtra in central India, the languages belong to the Dravidian family, a body of languages found only in India.
Triangles need a pair, not a home.
Maharashtra's Marathi language, and all the major languages of the north, including the ancient tongue of Sanskrit, belong to the Indo-European family,
Ew,
of
this
which
thing is
English
gonna
is
be
also a member.
this is very troublesome.
But perhaps the most marked
I don't have any
differences
triangles
from
out
region
here.
to region are in the realm of religion. Today, the word Hinduism is applied clumsily to a whole variety of different religious traditions that originate in India and that take the ancient texts of the Vedas as their starting point. Many Hindus refer to their religion as Sanatana Dharma, the eternal way or the eternal
Okay, hold on.
duty.
Let's not do that.
But Indian
We can't like
religion was
move
never
the
united
triangles
under central
outward. That's a bad
authority.
idea.
And so it gives rise to a
Um,
great deal of
Yeah, we need to like
variation.
split this here, actually.
In very
then-
simple terms,
yeah, this needs to be like-
Hindus generally believe in one god.
We need to do basically
who is
this here.
refracted into many
The same
different
geometry here.
aspects. The way a
Similar.
beam of light refracted through a glass prism can be shown to contain many colors.
Let's go.
The ancient text,
delete.
the Maitri Upanishad,
Oops.
explains
don't
this
wanna do that.
refracted conception of
Ah.
God, in which each
Delete,
living being
not
also
bridge.
contains a spark
Delete,
of this
delete,
original supreme
bridge.
power.
And then here we need to split. Yeah, just split here.
Idami Kamasa.
There we go.
Tatpashcha
I was going a little bit
Parishiritam
too. I was getting a little.
Vishayatvam Prayatyeta
little off track
Vai
there.
Rajaso Rupam.
Now the part of him which
Um,
belongs to darkness, that is
what's the
called
point?
Rudra. That part of him
Okay.
which belongs to obscurity, that is called Brahma. That part of him which belongs to goodness, that is called Vishnu. He, being one, becomes three, becomes 8, becomes 11, becomes 12, becomes infinite. Because he thus came to be, he is the being. He moves about, having entered all beings. He has become the Lord of all beings.
Okay, there we go.
That is the soul within and without.
It's not amazing topology,
Yes,
but
within and
it'll do.
without.
It'll do for sculpting. This area is like a bit dangerous.
Although this one god can manifest in many different
I'll be fine.
ways,
I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
generally
No
most
face.
Hindus predominantly worship one of two different manifestations. These are Shiva and Vishnu. In traditional Hebrew, Christian, and Islamic conceptions of the world, the universe is created by God, who acts to preserve all that is good within it. He is opposed by Satan or Shaitan, who acts to destroy and corrupt. But Hindu conceptions of the universe are a little different. In Hinduism, Shiva is both the creator and the destroyer, a beautiful and fearsome god who represents the primal energy of the universe. Shiva is often depicted as a dancer, reflecting the dance of the universe as it passes from creation to destruction, as the flowers bloom, blossom, wither, and then die, as people pass from childhood to adulthood, to old age and then to death, all of it part of the same cycle, the same dance that goes on and on into eternity. To imagine this way of thinking, we might consider that creation and destruction are often not opposed, but a part of the same process.
Alright.
A beautiful mushroom might spring out of the decay of a fallen tree. The
Yeah, that's
death
fine.
of a gazelle gives life to the cheetah, and the fall of one civilization can give rise to another. But the god Vishnu, on the other hand, is the preserver.
Oh,
As
favorite
Shiva's
that's
dance
suitable
of
for online play.
creation and destruction rolls on, Vishnu is the one who holds things together.
Oh, it's probably.
if
Oh
only
yeah, I
for
wanted
a
to show you guys
time.
something.
Whenever
So
a need
I changed the
arises,
sky a little
he
bit and like
appears on
the
Earth
fog
in
and
human
everything, so
form,
it looks
as
a
great
little
mythical
nicer.
heroes like Rama and
But yeah,
Krishna,
there's a lot
as
to
this
do.
stanza
A lot to
in the
do with this,
Bhagavad
like the
Gita
sky and stuff,
shows.
and just like
a
a lot of little tweaks I can do, like right here with like exponential height fog. Yeah, just like a lot of really cool
Whenever
little
righteousness
areas I can
wanes and
change.
unrighteousness increases, I send
Basically, I want
myself
it to look
forth
like
for the
Morrowind,
protection of the
like the
good
sky.
and
So we're
the
gonna change like the
destruction of
um,
evil, and for
where is
the
it? Like the sky
establishment
sphere, I
of
think.
righteousness.
Like,
I come
we
into
need a
being
night-day cycle. I need to add that in
age
here.
after age.
But let's save all of this, just because I'm not really working at Unreal right now. Well, actually, like,
So these are some important
How-
points to remember going forward. That
how to
India at
add
this
in night
time
sky.
was home to a great variety of different sects, orders, and religious traditions. That today we might group together under the label Hinduism, but that the people of the time
Guy
would have
light.
considered to be considerably different, and between
we just, like,
which
change
there
the
often
rotation of
existed
this?
great hostility. And as the people of India had
Real-time
increasing
capture.
contact with the people of the wider world, in the second half of the first millennium AD, a new
yeah, there's
religion
definitely like
would
a.
enter the diverse
That's like a whole
mix of
system. I
Indian
shouldn't be
belief.
working on this right now.
That
This is like
the
for a
religion
different
of
stream. Like once we
Islam.
get all the base meshes in here, we're gonna be working on UE4 a lot more. Gotta rig one model and replace the else. Yeah, I definitely do. Definitely.
This new religion would bring
Yeah, once I'm
both
done with the base
conquest
meshes,
and
I'm gonna go
It would form a
re-rig
cultural
and then
rift
reanimate.
that would split the Indian subcontinent in two, but that would also connect it to the great capitals of the wider world and bring a new age of technology and advancement. Its influence
this?
would bring
Oh, I need
about
to like
a
fix this
time
area
of
too.
paradoxes,
Just realized.
contrasts,
Like this
and
is also not very
ironies.
good for high
And
poly.
chief among
Look how low
these
poly it is
is
compared
that it
to.
was the arrival of Islam that would
And
lead
Where
to
are
the
the,
building
any
of
other
perhaps
trouble
the
areas
greatest
before I
Hindu empire to ever arise
freeze
on the
subdiv
Indian
again?
peninsula,
Maybe here.
the empire of
That's okay.
Vijayanagara.
It's mostly here. It's like kind of low poly.
The history of Islam in India is long and complex. According to traditional claims, the world's youngest major religion arrived on the shores of the subcontinent during the life of the Prophet Muhammad, brought by traders who arrived by sea from the Persian Gulf. And at first, this young religion must have felt very alien to the people of India. While Hindus did not eat beef as a result of religious reverence of the cow, Muslims quite happily ate it, but were forbidden from eating pork. Hindus generally believe that God appears in multiple different forms, while
Split
Muslims
hedge.
believed emphatically in one indivisible God. While Hindus believed that you could access God by giving offerings to statues and idols, Muslims rejected any depiction of God in sculpture or painting. But while Islam arrived through trade in the south, its arrival in the north of
Well-
India would be a much less peaceful affair.
There
In
we
the
go.
past, the Indian subcontinent
Wait, do we just like scoot the
has
pole
often been
over?
depicted by
Scoot that over.
historians as a kind of geographical
Um,
fortress, sealed off on every side by the mountains and the sea. But when we look at the history of the region, the true picture is one of constant movements of people in and out of its landmass, bringing
move
with
this
them their
over
cultures,
here.
cuisines, architectural styles, and beliefs. In fact, India was not a fortress at all. The sea that appears to hem the continent in on either side was actually a busy highway, connecting India to the Persian Gulf and the Red Sea on one side, and Cambodia, Sri Lanka, Indonesia, and China on the other, meaning that the port cities of India were always diverse and booming centers of trade. This meant that Indian pepper and cinnamon even flavored the meals eaten by Roman senators, and an Indian bronze figure of the Buddha has been found in a 9th century Viking grave on the small Swedish island of Helgo. In the northwest of India, the mountains of Pakistan and Afghanistan were a formidable boundary, but a number of routes like the Khyber Pass and Bolan Pass cut through their rugged cliffs in the region of the Indus River Valley, and these passes were home to just as lively a traffic as the seas. These roads were so well established that Alexander the Great was able to march his large army into the region of the Punjab in the 4th century BC, and he would be followed by many other would-be conquerors down the ages.
Slightly better.
While the Himalayas were the most impenetrable boundary of all, that didn't stop Indian Buddhism from spreading across them into Tibet and on to the rest of Southeast Asia, reaching as far north as Japan. In the first millennium AD, powerful Hindu empires like the Pallavas, the Pandyas, and the Cholas grew up in India and spread their influence right across the continent, so that Hindu gods can be found carved into temples as far afield as Indonesia, Malaysia, and Cambodia. And the
Malaysia.
language of Sanskrit would become the language of learning and religion right across the Asian landmass. But while these highways generated
It sounds like
enormous
ESO music.
opportunities and connecting India to the world outside, they also contained great dangers. Powerful enemies lived in the lands beyond the mountains. Some of these enemies were nomadic, armies of horsemen from the wild steppes of Central Asia that could reach truly astonishing sizes. These would periodically sweep down through the Khyber Pass to raid and pillage, before disappearing back into the wilds. But other peoples came to conquer. Within 20 years of the death of the Prophet Muhammad, Muslim armies had achieved one of the most spectacular feats of military campaigning that has ever been seen in world history. Once a small and relatively insignificant regional power, the Arabic-speaking peoples had emerged onto the world stage and immediately knocked out two ancient heavyweights, the Byzantine and Sassanid empires. They then followed the same course eastward as Alexander the Great, toppling empire after empire, until the Arab domains stretched across 3 continents, with borders touching China, Europe, and India. To the Muslims of the time, this was clear proof of the divine nature of their prophet's revelations. But just as Alexander had found out nearly a millennium before, spectacular conquests don't simply transform overnight into a stable empire. Just like Alexander's empire, the newly conquered Arab territories burst like a bubble and quickly broke off into separate Muslim kingdoms stretching across the Middle East and Central Asia.
Hey,
These
got
were
any
ruled
other
over by
problem areas? I
sultans,
should take a
a
look.
word derived from the Arabic word sultan, or power.
Oh yeah, weren't there
literally
like the
meaning the one
toes?
who
Did I want to
has
like extend
power.
the toes out or something?
These new Muslim kingdoms now sat on the other side of the Indus River.
It's fine. It's fine for the
And
high
for the
poly
next
bake. It's
300
fine.
years, they would not make any move to advance into India.
This area is a bit weird. I want
The
to fix
Hindu
this. It's
kings
like
who
this isn't
ruled
good. I wasn't happy
India
when I
would eye
unfroze
them with
this.
suspicion, but it seems they didn't think of them any differently to any of the other peoples who had come and gone in these regions.
I mean, it works, but
They referred to them sometimes as Turks or Turushkas, sometimes as Tajiks, other times slightly confusedly as Greeks, but more usually with the word mletcha, a word that means something like barbarian. To these Muslim kingdoms, the wealthy lands of the Ganges plain would have looked like an irresistible target. At this time in history, India likely had the most sophisticated economy in the world. And unlike Alexander the Great, the Muslim sultans knew just how large and wealthy India was. From the year 1000 on, increasingly aggressive raids began to take place, often originating from warrior kingdoms in the region of Afghanistan. These horsemen would ride south down the Bolan Pass and raid the lands of India. But towards the end of the 12th century, a new and more ambitious group would arrive in the region, and they would come to stay. These were a group of Turkic peoples known as the Khurids.
don't need so many polys here.
The Khurids were a dynasty of Iranian origin, but who currently ruled over the Khor region of present-day Afghanistan. They had long raided the northern lands of India, riding down from the hills and burning cities, taking away loot. But in recent years, they had come under Persian influence.
Yeah, we should extend
and
this all the way up to
converted to
here,
Islam.
I guess.
And now one Khurid
Right.
ruler set
Or
his
maybe, like,
sights on
this to
greater
here.
riches than
Yeah,
what could be
okay,
looted and strapped to a horse. He was a man known today as Muhammad Khuri. Muhammad Khuri was born in the year 1149 in the mountainous region of Khor. Khor had been primarily populated by Buddhists for the last 1,000 years, but from the 11th century on, it became increasingly Muslim and would soon become a center of learning, home to Muslim teachers and scholars.
Ah, there's
Muhammad
the missing
Khuri
triangle,
was
by
a
the way.
warlord, and he wanted
Because of,
not just
yeah, this could
loot
just like
and
go
rob
straight. I
more
don't know why.
like his
Whoops.
ancestors,
I don't know why
but to
I
conquer territory for himself
made the
and
geometry so
settle down there
crazy.
for good. When the annual monsoon ended in northern India, Muhammad Khuri swept down the Khyber Pass. With an army powered by strong Afghan horses and bolstered with a large contingent of slave soldiers, he quickly seized territory in the Punjab, a lush green land at the foot of the Himalayas. The chronicler Ferishta, a Persian scholar who settled in India in the 16th century, recounts this campaign in sparse terms.
In the year following, Muhammad Huri, having recruited his forces, marched towards Peshawar, which in a short time was brought under subjection. Muhammad
we do
Huri
that?
now
And then-
returned to Ghazni.
Yeah, we can just
But
like delete
in
this.
the next year, marched
There we
towards
go.
Debel in the province of Sind, and overran the whole country as far as the sea coast,
And then this
returning
could...
laden with rich spoil.
In the borderlands of the Punjab, Muhammad Khuri created a Sunni Islamic kingdom of his own, which extended
Yeah, might as
east
well
of the
just,
Indus
like,
River, and he
extend
began
this
to
up.
expand it. He tasked his generals with taking more territory, and in the year 1193, one of these generals, a military slave, captured the small regional capital of Delhi.
After the return of Muhammad Huri, his general took the fort of Merit and the city of Delhi, and it is owing to this circumstance that foreign nations say the Empire of Delhi was founded by a slave, and making Delhi the seat of his government, established himself there and compelled all the districts around to acknowledge the faith of Islam.
In doing so, Muhammad Khuri laid the foundation for the Muslim kingdom that for the next 300 years would rule over a large part of India and establish Muslim culture there for good. This was the power that became known as the Sultanate of Delhi. We know surprisingly little about what life was like for the everyday people of India, many of them Hindu, Jain, and Buddhist, while living under Islamic rule. People's experiences must have differed greatly across time and from person to person. While many Hindus no doubt greatly resented their new Muslim rulers, others simply got on with their lives, and others still would have seen great opportunity in the new arrangement, with many even converting. The sources are surprisingly thin on any kind of religious conflict between the Muslim rulers and their Hindu subjects. Certainly, some Hindu temples were demolished or turned into mosques, although many were left standing. Muslim rulers were often contemptuous towards the Hindu religion, condemning what they thought of as the worship of idols. But Hindu worship was never
like some
banned.
weird geometry here too.
For the most part, Muslim rulers were clearly pragmatic and had no desire to unnecessarily
just that one
aggravate
side.
their new subjects. Pockets of resistance seem to have been most fierce among tribal peoples living in remote areas. But in the cities, there is little evidence of uprisings. And while the Muslim sultans certainly portrayed their conquests as religious missions in their propaganda, it's not clear that religion was always at the forefront of their minds. Much more pressing was the everyday matters of power and prestige that occupy the thoughts of most rulers. Historical sources contain much more information about the ceaseless conflicts that took place between Muslim rulers and other Muslims than any conflict with their own Hindu citizens. The resistance that did occur, often among tribal people, could still be fierce. In the year 1206, Muhammad Khuri, the conqueror of North India, was campaigning in the mountainous region of Sind, crushing a rebellion by the Punjabi hill tribe known as the Gokurs. One night, with exceptional stealth, a small group of Gokur warriors snuck into his camp and dealt their revenge, as the chronicler Farishta recalls.
On the 2nd of Shaban, having reached the village of Rohtuk on the banks of the Indus, 20 Gurkhas, who had lost some of their relations in the late wars, entered into a conspiracy against the king's life. They found their way up to the tents in the night. One of them advanced to the tent door, but being stopped by a sentry who was about to seize him, he plunged his dagger into his breast. The other assassins took the opportunity of cutting their way into the king's tent. He was asleep, with 2 slaves fanning him. These stood, petrified with terror, when they beheld the Gurkhas enter, who, without hesitation, sheathed their daggers in the king's body, which was afterwards found to have been pierced by no fewer than 22 wounds.
Jesus.
Thus fell Sultan Muhammad Huri after a reign of 32 years.
And from there, the Muslims' fortunes would only get worse. That same year, far away in the steppes of Mongolia, a vast federation of nomadic peoples would unite together and crown
There we
Genghis
go.
Khan as the emperor of all the steppe people of Mongolia. Genghis Khan would soon unleash an invasion of China, where anywhere between 10
Invasion
and 40
of
million people
China.
may have been killed. From there, he would march through Persia and the Middle East, tearing the heart out of the Muslim world and burning its intellectual capitals like Baghdad to the
I
ground.
bet I got a little bit of Khan in me.
In just a few decades, around 10% of the world's population is thought to have been killed. Muslim Turks from Pakistan, Afghanistan, Persia and beyond would flee the advance of the Khan's horde in enormous numbers, and many of them would come to settle in the newly Muslim kingdoms of North India. While they had come as conquerors, Muslims would soon be arriving in great numbers as desperate refugees. After the death of Muhammad Khuri, the next 100 years saw a succession of weak rulers, tyrants and constant assassinations, as well as
Constant
repeated attempts by the armies of the great
Night of
clans
the Black
Mongolia
Knives.
to conquer northern India. But time and again, the horse-powered armies of the Sultanate were able to turn
Okay,
them
let's
back,
save this and
sometimes
then
inflicting
unfreeze.
massive defeats on Mongol
Just in
armies.
case.
It's one of the great ironies of Muslim rule in India that the sultans of Delhi, who themselves had arrived as conquerors, were perhaps the only thing that stopped the armies of the Khans from riding south across India and committing the kinds of atrocities that they inflicted on the helpless civilian population of China. The sultans were able to hold off the Mongol attacks, and with their armies well trained and now exceptionally experienced, they even strengthened their hold on North India. One by one, they swept away the fragmented Hindu kingdoms that ruled there, and as the Mongol threat gradually diminished in the north, they extended their borders even further to the south. Under the Khilji dynasty, whose armies were led by a eunuch slave general named Malik Kafur, the armies of the Sultanate crossed the Vindhya Mountains, the traditional boundary between North and South India, conquered lands there, and forced the kingdoms beyond to pay tribute. By the year 1300, the Delhi Sultanate had established a lasting power that stretched from the Indus Valley
frame
to
rate
the Bay
unsuitable
of
for
Bengal,
play.
from the foothills of the Himalayas to
Well,
the
it's like
gateway
Alt F for
to
that.
the arid plateau of the Deccan.
It doesn't
This
like
power
the
was
freeze
Sunni
unfreeze
Islamic,
of ZBrush.
culturally a blend of Turkic
Alright,
and
this is
Persian,
good.
and in its more stable moments,
We'll save it.
its rulers dreamed of expanding ever further into the south, and eventually raising their banner over the entire subcontinent. These dreams would finally be realized by perhaps the most complex and controversial figure to ever rule over India, a man named Muhammad bin Tughlaq.
Right, we gotta do the second one. Well, let's go
Muhammad
smooth
bin
out some of
Tughlaq
this first.
came to the throne of the Delhi Sultanate in the year 1325, at the age of 35. In this year around the world, the greatest king of the West African
Yes, now
kingdom
there's
of Mali,
better
Mansa
geometry.
Musa, completed his pilgrimage to Mecca,
Ooh, what's that?
giving
That's
out
not
so
good.
much gold on
The
the
fuck
way
is that?
he crashed the economies of the Middle East. In the
We
Valley
gotta
of
unfreeze and then
Mexico,
fix that,
a
whatever that
bedraggled
is.
band of travelers settled down on an island in the middle of a lake and founded what would become the great city of Tenochtitlan. And in the court of Delhi,
Okay,
a new
I deleted
sultan
Polly,
was
I don't know.
crowned amid rumors of treachery, murder, and
Yeah.
betrayal.
There should be one less poly in there.
Muhammad bin Tughlaq was an enigmatic and mercurial ruler. On one hand, he was an intellectual, an expert in the Quran and Islamic law, who could speak Persian Arabic,
I think there's like one
Turkish,
triangle
and Sanskrit,
stuck in
as
between,
well
like
as a famous lover
somewhere in
of
here.
poetry. Like all the sultans of Delhi, he was a Muslim, but was mostly tolerant of other religions, and was the only
Wow.
sultan recorded to have taken part in his people's Hindu festivals. But he also had a much darker side. Muhammad bin Tughlaq's father had come from humble origins, the son of a slave and a Hindu mother, but he had risen to power and founded the Tughlaq dynasty. But then, only 5 years into his reign, a freak accident occurred. The Sultan was sitting under a pavilion with his favourite son and the intended crown prince, when, without warning, the structure collapsed, crushing them both to death.
Ew,
In some
that's not good.
sources, the event is attributed to a bolt of lightning striking the pavilion. One
Alright.
scholar of the time, named Barani, describes
cool.
the event in the
I
following
think that's it.
A thunderbolt from the sky descended upon the
I'll
earth,
save it.
and the
again.
roof under which the Sultan was seated fell down, crushing him and 5 or 6 other persons, so that they died.
But the Moroccan traveller Ibn Battuta, who visited the Delhi Sultanate during this time and wrote his account once he was safely back in his home city of Fez, gives a different version of the story. He claims that the pavilion collapse was planned, an assassination orchestrated by the king's younger son, who would go on to take the throne, Muhammad bin Tughlaq.
The scheme was that whenever the elephants would tread on one side of it, the whole building would fall in ruins. The Sultan alighted, and his son asked his permission to parade the elephants before him. And the elephants were led up from one direction as was planned. And when they walked on that side, the pavilion fell in on the Sultan and his son Mahmud. Mohammed bin Tughlaq gave orders to fetch axes and mattocks in order to dig for them, but he made a sign to delay, and in consequence they were not brought out until after sunset. They cleared away the ruins and found the Sultan dead, with his back bent over his son to protect him.
As with many rulers who came to power through treachery, Muhammad bin Tughlaq would spend his reign in a state of deep paranoia, always afraid that someone else would do the same thing to him. And throughout his time on the throne, he would dole out extremely harsh punishments to those who displeased him. The traveller Ibn Battuta was shocked by his harsh treatment of his citizens.
The Sultan was far too free in shedding blood. He used to punish small faults and great, without respect of persons, whether men of learning or piety, or noble descent. Every day there are brought to the audience hall hundreds of people, chained, pinioned, and fettered. And those who are for execution are executed. Those for torture are tortured, and those for beating are beaten.
The chronicler Firishtar goes even further.
So little did he hesitate to spill the blood of God's creatures that one might have supposed his object was to exterminate the human species altogether. No single week passed without his having put
Man,
to
it would
death
be nice
one
to have,
or more of the learned and holy men who
Lord
surrounded
of
him,
Bloods. Let's go
or
see if
some
I
of
can
the
word that and
secretaries
then
who attended him.
something else here.
This cruel streak would earn him the name Muhammad Kuni,
Medium,
or
okay.
Muhammad the Bloody.
Um,
Intriguingly, Tughlaq was also a passionate
shoot.
reformer.
Okay, well, let's go
and
get our
was
pants back
determined
on.
to enact a sweeping series of modernization policies in the
Is
Sultanate.
being summoned.
But each and every one of these was a disaster.
We'll figure something out. It would be nice to have Lord of
Perhaps
Bloods.
inspired by China, he introduced the use of copper coins to replace the old silver ones, to make the economy less vulnerable
Nokron.
to fluctuations in the supply of silver. But these copper coins were very easy to counterfeit,
Donald
and people across
something.
the Sultanate began melting
Donald
down
Trumpet.
the copper objects in
Rump
their
is
homes
censored.
to turn them into coins. The value of the new
Rump is
currency
censored in
soon
this game.
crashed,
It's
and the
hilarious.
silver coins had to be reintroduced at enormous cost.
He has a trumpet.
I think it's not unreasonable to assume that Mohammed bin Tughlaq actually suffered from some kind of mental illness. One report by the Portuguese writer and traveller Fernão Muniz recounts a popular
This is gonna be an
story
interesting
about
fight.
him.
Very
There are
evasive
tales of
boss
him which do
versus
indeed seem
this
most
kind of setup.
marvelous of the things that he did. As
I do have
for
a shield
instance,
that'll
how he
definitely
made
help
ready
out
an army because one day in the
with
morning,
positioning.
while standing dressing at a window which was closed, a ray of sun came into his eyes, and he cried out that he would not rest until he had killed or
We do have Donald Trumpet on our side. Does he look like Donald Trump?
his apartment.
Does his
while
face
it
look?
was
Yeah,
lighted.
he does have Donald Trump's
All
face.
his nobles could not dissuade him from his purpose.
That's funny.
Even though they told him it was the sun that had done it, a thing without which they could not live. That it was a celestial thing and was located in
Whoa,
the
I
sky,
got some lag.
and that he could never do any harm to it. With all this, he made his forces ready, saying that he must go in search of his enemy. And as
What
he
the
was going
fuck is
along,
teleporting?
large
Where'd it go?
forces raised in the country.
Oh
so
my god.
much dust arose that it obscured the sun. When he lost sight of it, the captains told him that he had put to flight him who he had come to seek. Content with this, the king returned to the road, saying that since his enemy had fled, he was satisfied.
Am I even hitting it?
While some
Yeah,
of these
okay, I'm hitting
stories
it.
have the sound of apocryphal folk tales, it's clear that the king who inspired them was indecisive and unstable. At one point, he apparently
So
raised
much
an
lag.
army of 100,000 men and marched it up into the Himalayas, where it was easily ambushed and cut off by the Hindu tribes who lived there. It's recorded that only a single horseman made it back to Delhi to tell Muhammad's fate. One of the most devastating decisions he took was to relocate
Whoa.
his capital.
Wow. Teleporting.
He decided that Delhi was too vulnerable to attack by Mongols and other steppe peoples. and so
What
he
the
moved
fuck?
capital
Teleporting
to the
again.
city of Devagir, more than
Teleporting
500
again.
kilometers south.
I've never seen it teleport thrice.
He ordered that every citizen of Delhi should relocate and make the long journey by road. Accounts record that thousands died on the way. The traveller Ibn Battuta arrived in Delhi around this time.
Okay, it's dead.
and
It's dead.
remembers
It's dead.
finding
It's
it
dead.
a deserted
Right?
town.
The Sultan ordered all
That
the
was too
inhabitants to
laggy.
quit
That was
the
so
city
much
of
lag.
Delhi, and made a proclamation stating that should any person whatsoever be found in any of its houses or streets, they should receive punishment. Upon this, they all went out. When I entered Delhi, it was
What
almost
does that
a
sound?
desert.
Battuta relates that during
Wait,
his
what?
time,
What was that?
the
Warning?
king climbed onto the roof of his palace and saw the city empty, its streets silent, with no smoke rising from its chimneys. Then he sighed and said the following.
Now my heart is satisfied, and my feelings are appeased.
Characteristically for Muhammad bin Tughlaq, soon after the mass relocation of Delhi had been completed, he changed his mind, and much of the city's population was forced to march all the way back. But to the people of the south, the Sultan's failed attempt to move his capital in their direction can't have passed without notice. It must have been clear that the ambitions of the sultans were now moving ever closer towards them. And by this time, the power of the Delhi Sultanate was seemingly unstoppable. Its empire continued to grow, even through the 26-year reign of this temperamental king. The sultans
Oh yeah, I was
swallowed
gonna
up
figure
the
out,
South Indian people
can I
known
get more
as the
damage on this
Kakatiyas
build?
and other surrounding Hindu kingdoms, until the empire's territory reached its largest extent around the year
Blood, and
1335.
then
It would now stretch for thousands of kilometers, form a belt across India from sea to sea, and would nearly encompass the entire
everything's like heavy
peninsula.
load now.
But this success was not to last. The mad Sultan Muhammad bin Tughlaq died in the year 1351.
Maybe it's not
while
worth
out
it.
on campaign to
I don't
crush a Turkic tribe in the mountains of
Don't
Pakistan.
know.
The exact cause of his death is unknown. But one scholar of the time reported the news.
Yeah, I
with
guess
the
it's not really
following
worth.
quip.
It's not worth it. I'd rather have the bling.
was rid of the people, and the people of the sun.
Plus, this armor is not bad. It is like medium,
But despite his
light
erratic
medium. But
and tyrannical ruling style, it's clear that something in the harsh character of Muhammad bin Tughlaq had been acting to hold the empire together. After his death, the Sultanate of Delhi began to disintegrate, and all its newly conquered lands rose up in rebellion. Soon, a war of succession tore the Delhi Sultanate into multiple factions, with nobles across the empire setting up their own states and declaring freedom. The year 1345 is the last year that imperial coins were minted in South India. The following years saw the empire devolve into anarchy and disintegration, and opportunist enemies waiting behind the mountains to the north soon got word of this. One of those enemies was the Turco-Mongolian warlord and emperor known as Timur, the last of the great nomadic conquerors of the Eurasian steppe. After hearing of the weakness of the Delhi Sultanate, Timur marched his army south to Delhi in the year 1398, plundering and killing all the way. When he reached the city, he utterly sacked it, looted it, and put its people to the sword. Estimates for the casualties in this massacre go as high as 200,000 people. Timur himself would later write the following slightly unconvincing account of the atrocity.
There was likewise an immense loot of rubies, diamonds, garnets, pearls, and other gems, vessels of gold and silver, and brocades and silks of great value. Excepting
Gonna
the
be an
cause
interesting
of the
fight.
Sayyids, the scholars, and the other Muslims. The whole city was sacked. The pen of fate
See how
had
it
written
goes.
down their destiny for the people of this city. Although I was desirous of sparing them, I could not succeed. For it was the will of God that this calamity should befall the city.
Will of God.
Timur had no intention of staying in India. He simply collected up all the wealth and loot, along with captured and enslaved people, particularly skilled artisans, and returned to his
Aww, making me run around for no
Uzbekistan.
reason.
Like the sacking of Rome, Timur's sack of Delhi tore the heart out of this already struggling empire. The dynasties that followed had no ability to maintain their far-flung territory, and would now be little more than local warlords. The people and lands that had once been part of the empire were now taken, annexed, and enslaved. It was a time of terrible suffering, and for some, a time of enormous opportunity. Into this terrain of blood and fire, two brothers would rise from obscure upbringings to change.
What is he doing?
shape,
Oh,
and
he's
power.
one-shotting the host. That's what he's doing.
And
Can't
it's with
fucking
these
see.
two brothers that the story
I hate this place. We shouldn't fight him here.
would truly begin. They would move the center of Indian power from the Muslim north to the Hindu south, and build a city there that would stand among the great cities of the medieval world. They were known as the Sangama brothers, and their names were Bukka and
Alright, we should probably get
Harihara.
some work done. I gotta stop playing Elden Ring. This new build though is so fun. I like it a lot. It's a good
The
build.
exact origins of the Sangama brothers are wreathed in mystery. Many historians
I'm definitely gonna take
believe
this build
that
in the
Bukka
DLC.
and
Just you
Harihara
watch.
were commanders of the southern Hoysala Empire. According to these accounts, they may have been stationed on the rocky banks of the Tungabhadra River, with orders to repel any Muslim incursions from the north. Some more dramatic and fanciful stories recount how the brothers were generals of the conquered Kakatiyas, captured as prisoners of war and taken to Delhi, where they were forced to convert to Islam. later escaping and converting back to their native faiths. But none of this is mentioned in contemporary sources, meaning that these accounts are likely unreliable. Many of these legends suggest that these brothers met a Hindu sage named Sri Vidyaranya. One traditional story recalls that Harihara was out hunting one day when he saw a miraculous sight, and the sage advised him on how to interpret it, as the historian Robert Sewell recounts.
During his reign, this chief was one day hunting amongst the mountains south of the river, when a hare, instead of fleeing from his dogs, flew at them and bit them. The king,
Rabid dog.
astonished at this marvel,
I mean,
was
rabbit,
returning home,
rabbit.
lost in meditation, when he
Rabbit
met
hare.
on the riverbank the sage named Vidyaranya, or Forest of Learning, who advised the
His
chief
dog's
to found a
dead
city on the spot.
from rabies, probably.
And so the king did, and on that very day began work on his houses, and he enclosed the city round about.
While this is most likely a fable, it does contain an illuminating image of how the young power of Vijayanagara would go on to see itself as the hunted rabbit who had turned around and learned how to bite. As the power of the Delhi Sultanate collapsed, the two brothers, Bukka and Harihara, raised a considerable army, made up of angry Hindu lords, but also large cohorts of Muslim mercenaries. These may even have been soldiers who had once fought for the Delhi Sultanate, but who were no longer getting paid. With this force, the brothers set out to capture the areas of South India that the Sultanate had left behind. Their offer to Hindu lords in the region was clear: join us and we will ensure that South India is run by Hindus. And it's clear that many found this offer irresistible. Within only a few decades, the Sangama brothers had brought a large part of South India under their control, but many areas in the south were still ruled by Muslim powers, now cut off and isolated. These included the arid lands of Tamil Nadu, India's southernmost state, which was still ruled by a short-lived Muslim power continuing to fight for its existence in South India, known as the Madurai Sultanate.
Madurai
At this
Uchiha.
time, the Sangama brother Bukka was on the throne, and his wife was a woman named Ganga Devi, a famed poet. She wrote one vaulting epic poem in the language of Sanskrit, entitled Madura Vijaya, or The Victory of Madurai.
Madurai what?
In it,
Say
she
what?
describes how a woman from the holy city of Madurai comes to King Bukka's court and begs him to take the town back. She describes how the ancient Hindu temples of Madurai had fallen into disrepair under its Muslim rulers.
White ants have destroyed the doors. The door frame of the sanctum is broken due to the wild growth of trees, plants, and creepers. The temple premises that formerly echoed the soft beating of the drums are now full of wild, wallowing jackals. The place, once filled with the odor of sacrificial smoke and the melodious chant of Vedic mantras, is now full of the foul smell of meat. The beautiful line of statues that adorn the tall towers of the beautiful buildings in the city are now covered with layers of cobwebs.
Whether truly motivated by these religious concerns or not, the Sangama brothers marched south and quickly conquered the now isolated Madurai Sultanate. With the southern Tamil country now under their control, the Sangama brothers now ruled over a large and wealthy territory. They returned to their former post on the rocky granite banks of the Tungabhadra River. It was an unassuming sight, just a small and fairly insignificant village, known only for its shrine to Shiva, a focal point of pilgrimage. But here they began to build a city, that would announce in its size and ambition the arrival of a new, confident power in the south of India. They named this city Vijaya Nagara, from the Sanskrit Vijaya, meaning victory, and Nagara, meaning city, the city of victory.
You had to grab him by the
city
Vijaya.
that the Sangamas built on the banks of the Tungabhadra River testified to the ambitions that they held for their new kingdom. It would be a city of soaring temples and wide avenues, built with an impressive grasp of urban planning. But the city was also a testament to the dangerous world that they now found themselves at the heart of. They would build Vijayanagara as a formidable fortress. The impassable granite hills already provided excellent defense, while the wide, torrential Tungabhadra River protected it on the north side, almost impossible for an army to ford. The brothers enhanced these natural defences by fortifying the passes between the hills with strong gates and towers, and these massive walls can still be traced in the landscape today, enclosing an area of more than 650 square kilometers. The Afghan envoy Abdur Razak, who visited in the 15th century, wrote the following description of the city.
It is built in such a manner that 7 citadels and the same number of walls enclose each other. The 7th fortress, which is placed in the center of the other, occupies an area 10 times larger than the marketplace of the city of Herat. It is the place which is used as the residence of the king.
These walls were manned by soldiers who watched from the ramparts, operating watch posts on the broad roads that ran in and out of the city. And in between the layers of walls were areas filled with boulders known as horse stones, designed to disrupt the movement of cavalry and guarantee that any attacking army would have a difficult time advancing, while the soldiers of Vijayanagara rained arrow fire down on their heads. And when you look at the situation that surrounded the city and the new empire of Vijayanagara, it's not hard to see why these defensive fortifications were considered necessary. That's because the collapse of the Delhi Sultanate had left a number of fragmented kingdoms behind, who, like Vijayanagara, rose out of the chaos of the collapsing empire. And the most powerful of these in South India was the society known as the Bahmani Sultanate. According to tradition, the Bahmani Sultanate was founded by an army commander named Zafar Khan, who had served under the erratic Sultan Muhammad bin Tughlaq. It's clear that at some point he felt the waning power of the Delhi Sultanate in its final years, and in the year 1347 declared himself an independent king in South India, seizing a large portion of the rocky Deccan Plateau for himself. And his gamble paid off. The weakened Delhi Sultanate, beset with problems on all sides, was no longer able to project its power south of the Vindhya Mountains, and it did nothing to stop him. This newly independent power had to fight for its survival from its first days. After defeating one local Hindu ruler, the Bahmani Sultanate received as tribute a magnificent gift, an ornate throne decorated with turquoise enamel that would become a symbol of their new empire, as the chronicler Farishta recalls.
The throne
Enamel
was
is such a
9
cool
feet
word. I
and
love the word
3 feet
enamel.
wide,
I don't know why.
made of ebony, covered with plates of pure gold, and set with precious stones of immense value. Every prince of the house of Bahmani who possessed this throne made a point of adding to it some
It just
rich
rolls off the
stones.
tongue. Enamel.
I learned that it was called the turquoise
Like
throne,
caramel.
from being
Enamel.
partly
I like it.
enameled of a sky color, which was in time totally concealed by the number of jewels.
This would become known as the turquoise throne of the Bahmanis, and it would become a symbol of Muslim power in the south of India. Above this throne, they affixed an umbrella, which the scholar Farishta also gushes about.
He fixed a golden ball set with jewels, on which was a bird of paradise, composed of precious stones, at the top of the umbrella. On the bird's head was a ruby, inestimable in value, which had been presented to the late Sultan by the king of Vijayanagara.
When this first Sultan of the Bahmanis died, with his last words he declared that his son Muhammad Shah Bahmani would take his throne, and he entreated his sons to stand united and build a kingdom that would stand the test of time, as the chronicler Farishta writes.
I conjure you, as you value the performance of this kingdom, to agree with each other. Mohammed is my successor. Esteem submission and loyalty to him as your duty in this world, and you're surely for happiness in the next.
The Bahmani Sultanate was a powerful Muslim kingdom in the heart of South India that would last for the best part of the next 2 centuries. And for the Hindu people of Vijayanagara, it represented a constant, looming threat on their border. Historians in India and in the West, who subscribe to a nationalist idea of history, have often framed the conflict between these 2 medieval kingdoms in terms of a clash of cultures. In this conception of history, they imagine the Hindu kingdom of Vijayanagara as a bastion, defending Hindu culture from Islamic invaders. But there's little evidence to be found that the people or the rulers of Vijayanagara thought of the situation in this way. One inscription from the time of the Sangama brothers celebrates the victory.
I was gonna give a more nicer, like a more serious name.
And in it, we can see that they thought of the Turkic Bahmani Sultanate as just one of the many enemies that the kingdom of Vijayanagara faced. And its other enemies were all Hindu kingdoms.
When his sword began to dance on the battlefield, the faces of the Turks shriveled up. Konkaya Sankapara was filled with fear. The Andras ran into caves. The Gurjaras lost the use of their limbs on every road. The Kamboyas' courage was broken. The Kalingas suffered defeat.
Here there is no mention of religion, and neither is there any hint that the Muslim Bahmanis were any more despicable to the kings of Vijayanagara than, say, the Hindu kings of Kalinga on the east coast. There's little evidence that the kings of Vijayanagara thought of themselves as defending Hinduism, and indeed the idea of a unified Hindu identity simply didn't exist in the 14th century. While the 2 powers did fight long and bitter wars, the kings of Vijayanagara fought equally bitter wars with the Hindu Gajapatis, whose kings ruled over the humid, elephant-filled forest regions to the east. And when religious divisions emerged within the kingdom of Vijayanagara, it was overwhelmingly between the followers of Vishnu and Shiva among the Hindus, or between Hindus and Jains. In fact, conflicts between the Bahmani sultans and Vijayanagara often occurred due to greatly practical economic matters, like access to resources, supply lines, and trade routes. One bitter issue of contention was a rich tract of land between them, known as the Raichur Doab. This was a triangle of land formed at the point where the rivers Krishna and Tungabhadra met, and it was immensely fertile. But it also held great deposits of iron and even diamonds. Other conflicts would break out over the rich river deltas to the east and the western coast of India, home to rich trading ports. These ports controlled traffic by sea with the Muslim world, and were a crucial conduit for the most important strategic military supply of the time, the powerful war horses imported from Arabia, Persia, and Central Asia. With these contentious territorial issues always on the minds of their rulers, wars between the Bahmani Sultanate and Vijayanagara broke out constantly. With their connections to the Muslim world, the Bahmanis had the
I'll
advantage
save every one of
for
these.
much
I
of
don't
this
really
region's
use these.
history. Well supplied with horses, the Sultan
There we
of
go.
the
That looks pretty
Bahmanis
good.
became known as
Torture
Ashvapati,
Tarmac.
or the Lord of Horses, while the kings of Vijayanagara were known as Narapati, or the Lord of Men, alluding to their armies made up of largely massed infantry. The king of the Hindu Gajapatis in the east, with their vast stables of elephants, completed the triangle and became known as the Lord of Elephants.
Blasphemous torture.
The Portuguese visitor Domingos
Using the pizza
Paes
cutter.
was suitably impressed by the infantry
Spikes
of
and
Vijayanagara
blades.
when he saw them marching in procession in the year 1520.
The troops on foot are so many that they surrounded all the valleys and hills in a way with which nothing in the world can compare. At the waist they have swords and small battle axes, and in their hands javelins with the shafts covered with gold and silver. You will see amongst them dresses of such rich cloths that I do not know where they came from, nor could anyone tell you how many colors they have.
Oh, we need to fix up the
Shield men with their
polygroups
shields,
here.
with many flowers of gold
This is
and
a bit
silver.
crazy.
Others with figures of tigers and other great beasts. Others all are covered with silver leaf work, beautifully wrought.
But in the early days, they were no match for the horsepower of the Bahmani Sultanate. And with their connections to the vibrant intellectual world of Muslim learning, the Bahmanis also enjoyed a technological advantage. One of the first sultans, Muhammad Shah Bahmani, was a keen follower of new technologies. He even established gunpowder factories in the Sultanate to make use of the emerging technology. Gunpowder had first been introduced to India and the Middle East by the Mongols, who had learned about it from the Chinese. At this point, it was used mostly to create burning or exploding projectiles to be fired from catapults, and occasionally to create crude rockets. But soon experiments would begin in using it to propel heavy projectiles along metal tubes, first as siege weapons, and then as weapons on the battlefield. Soon the sounds of cannon fire would ring out over the battlefields of medieval India, and the Bahmani Sultan's early adoption of this technology would put them in a strong position in the coming centuries. So although the Hindus of Vijayanagara were
Tommy
the larger
Tarnished.
and wealthier kingdom,
Imagine
they
if my
often
name
found
was still Timmy
themselves in the
Torture.
position of paying
It'd be
tribute
Timmy
to
and
their
Tommy.
Muslim neighbors to the north, whose powerful cavalry armies, soon backed by the technological
Oh, we're
might
doing
of
this
the
boss
cannon,
again.
gave them the upper hand. But these wars were never true wars of conquest. The two powers would fight over a seaport or the rich diamond mines of Raichur between them. But when the war's result became clear, the loser would inevitably sue for peace, agree to pay an enormous sum of money to the victor, often hand over one of their daughters in marriage, and then they would both return home. There was never any suggestion that one side in this rivalry would ever conquer and consume the other. Still, the growing power of the Bahmanis was of growing concern to the kings of the Vijayanagara. Soon, the Bahmani Sultanate stretched right across India from east coast to west, an unbroken belt that walled off the people of Vijayanagara to the north, that seized the rich lands of Raichur, and meant that the Hindus of the south were forever looking with fearful eyes to their northern borders. But despite these concerns, the city of Vijayanagara grew with astonishing speed. From the mid-14th century, The capital of Vijayanagara grew
I guess the latency's better.
from the
Connection to the
center
host is
of a wealthy
pretty good.
into a great world capital. Thanks to development in water management,
Maybe not, I don't know.
population,
It's still quite laggy.
enormous work teams would have dug new irrigation systems and reservoirs lined with stone,
This
as well
boss.
as distinctive step wells, so that its people could draw water up from the earth. The city expanded rapidly.
Boss is really
sprawling
annoying if
to
you don't have
absorb
ranged.
villages
Well,
and
I do have ranged, but
and soon grew to house as many as 300,000.
ah,
At a time when London had only a fifth of its population, and when the largest city in Europe was Paris, with little more than 200,000. By the year 1500, Vijayanagara
oh shit.
was the world's second largest medieval city.
Yeah, it's
after Beijing,
surprisingly fast too.
and probably India's richest. One poet alive at the time of the city's flourishing wrote the following ode to its beauty.
Walk around the great city of victory. Go where you will on city streets. Everywhere you walk, bright assembly halls decked out with golden vessels will dazzle your eyes.
Okay, this looks good.
On many streets, homes with mirrored doors will shine, and sugarcane and plantain all around
Let's
will invite
grip this
you
again,
with welcome.
just so.
You'll find able-bodied
And we'll save
fighters
it.
and horses, elephants and riders. You'll smell aromas of camphor and musk from breasts of exquisite doe-eyed women.
Whoa, what?
You'll face gardens lush with enjoyments, precious stones and
Smell what
glowing
from the
gold.
breasts?
A city of wealth and glory gleaming. You'll agree that this magnificent city is the most enchanting place you've ever seen.
And the city also benefited from being surrounded by a seemingly inexhaustible amount of exceptional building material in the form of the large granite boulders of Hampi's ancient terrain. Vijayanagara was truly a city of stone, with all its palaces and stables, its towers and walls, even the houses of its citizens, carved out of blocks of solid granite. An ambassador from the Timurid capital of Samarkand named Abdur Razak, working as an ambassador for the Persian king, passed through Vijayanagara in the year 1443, and by this time the city's skyline had grown impressive enough for him to give the following glowing report.
The city of Bidnagar is such that the pupil of the eye has never seen a place like it, and the ear of intelligence has never been informed that there existed anything to equal it in the world.
And Vijayanagara would continue to grow. By the early 16th century, some 50 years later, it would be home to as many as 500,000 people, and the Portuguese writer Domingo Paes was stunned to see the heights it had reached.
The size of the city cannot all be seen from one spot, but I climbed a hill whence I could see a great part of it. I could not see it all because it lies between several ranges of hills. What I saw from thence seemed to me as large as Rome, and very beautiful to the sight.
Paes was also impressed by the great abundance available in the
Let's see, I should be able to use a
Vijayanagara.
bow, right? Great bow. Let's go see what we
Going
can
forward,
use.
you have a broad and beautiful street, full of rows of fine houses and streets of sorts I've described. And it is understood that the houses belong to men rich enough to afford such. In this city,
Would be
live
good to
many
have one on me.
merchants, and there you will find all sorts of rubies and
Gold and
diamonds
great bow.
and emeralds and pearls,
Okay.
and seed pearls and cloths, and every other sort of thing there is on the earth that you may wish to buy.
Vijayanagara was divided into a number of different districts, each with
I
a
don't really
unique
need
character.
beast repellent torch. I'd rather have a
Near
clean
the river
inventory
was the
than the
area
beast
known
repellent
today
torch.
as the Sacred Center, so called because of the many large temples that can be found here. Here, the mighty Virupaksha
Okay, let's go
temple
switch this out
still
to,
soars up to the sky,
Yeah,
with its
and then
enormous
upgrade the
carved
golden
gate
great
tower
bow
known
plus
as a
8.
Gopuram. The streets here would have been full of the sounds of chanting hymns and the clanging of temple bells. the smoke of incense and the pleas of the faithful as they came to pray,
Although
to be
the
healed,
jar
and to
cannon
be
would be more
closer to the
fitting for
gods.
this kind of build, if I can
Many
use
of these
it.
temples were so large that for tax
Do I have a
purposes
jar
they were
cannon?
classed as
I
towns
do.
in their own right.
I
These
can
enormous
like dual
building
wield that, right?
complexes
Let's see.
supported a huge cast of retainers
Change
and
this out too.
specialists, dancers
Okay, I can
and
use
laborers,
2 hands for
cooks
this.
and cleaners, as well as scholars, holy men,
Still medium
and
roll. That's nice.
artists.
Yeah, let's just
Further
use the. Oh
south
wait,
is what's
but then
been
I have like
termed
this.
the urban core, a walled area of around 20 square kilometers that contains both houses and markets, as
Holy
well as
crossbow.
workshops,
Yeah, we'll
rest
just use the
houses,
jar cannon. It's
and
more
other
fun. Holy
places
crossbow is kind of.
business. As the historian Atul
What?
Chandra Chatterjee.
What would I use the holy crossbow for? Oh, Malekith. Malekith. I can use that. I can use the holy crossbow for Malekith. Because Malekith is a bitch in melee. It's just... I do not want to fight Malekith in melee. Okay, well, I guess we don't use the jar cannon then, unfortunately. I'm gonna hide those two. Yeah, we'll level up the golem great bow. Out of number 3s. Can I buy number 3s? Yeah, I can. Okay. I'm just like completely out. I need to buy more stones. Okay, it's good enough for now.
He recalls.
The great majority of the houses were naturally small and undistinguished, but among them were scattered palaces, temples, public buildings, wide streets of shops shaded by trees, busy markets, and all the equipment of a great and wealthy city.
Here, the ruined remains of the city clearly show a great amount of religious diversity. Local temples here cater to the Jains, as well as Hindu temples, for both Vishnu and Shiva followers, and one area with a mosque. The Portuguese traveller Duarte Barbosa, arriving in Vijayanagara around the year 1501, gave the following vivid description of this district.
The houses are thatched, but are nonetheless very well built and arranged according to occupations in long streets with many open places. And the folk here are ever in such numbers that the streets and places cannot contain them. There is a great traffic and an endless number of merchants and wealthy men. The king allows such freedom that every man may come and go according to his creed, without suffering any annoyance and without inquiry whether he is Christian, Jew, Moor, or heathen.
Barbosa also pays particular attention to the smells that would have wafted through the air from the markets selling spices and perfumes.
Here also is used vermilion, saffron, rosewater, great store of opium, sandalwood, aloes wood, camphor musk, and scented materials. Likewise, much pepper is used here, which they bring from Malabar on donkeys and pack cattle.
Here we can imagine scenes of family life, children running in the streets, wood smoke billowing overhead. Men would gather here to play games of chance and strategy on street corners, chewing betel nuts and leaves, which are chewed across India for a mild stimulant effect. Women would talk in the shade of coloured awnings, cows wandering unhindered among the crowds, and groups of musicians playing on the streets. It's during this time in the Vijayanagara Empire that the distinctive form of Indian classical music, known as Carnatic music, was laid down. We're joined on this episode by the virtuoso of Carnatic music, Aruna Sairam, who has recorded a number of authentic Carnatic pieces, especially for this podcast, one of which you're listening to now. We can imagine the sounds of this music drifting over the streets and rooftops of Vijayanagara as the business of everyday life went on. The day of an average citizen would have started with a bath in a local bathhouse. Men and women had separate bathing places, which were available at different times of the day. After bathing, families would go to their local temple to give offerings and receive blessings for the day ahead. We can see the clothing worn by the people of Vijayanagara in the colourful 16th century murals that decorate the walls of temples to Shiva and Vishnu in the village of Lepakshi. They show women with strikingly varied skin tones, wearing saris in multiple ornate patterns drawn from different regions, with pearls.
This video is making me want to visit India. I haven't visited India yet.
Hunting a boar through the forest, with their facial hair cut into
It sounds like a
beards,
very cool place.
wearing kilt-like lower garments and jewels.
Although I don't want to get stomach flu
Turbans
either.
and other headdresses were popular headgear among the rich.
What to
Both
do?
men and women wore perfumes made of
I suppose there's a lot of Indian migrants
flowers,
in
civet and musk.
Malaysia, so I've been eating a lot of
Shopkeepers
Indian
in
food
this part of
here.
the city and everywhere else would need to be constantly alert to the mischief of the monkeys that still live to this day in huge numbers in the region of Hampi, the red-faced rhesus macaques, and the silvery grey or Hanuman langurs. Then, as now, these animals love nothing better than to slink along the rooftops in their troops, drop down from shop awnings, and steal food from whoever has let down their guard.
Thieving
Towering over
monkeys.
this bustling residential district was the royal centre.
Did I ever
This
tell you
was
about the
an
time
area
where
of
I was
walls
at
and towers that guard the
at the
large monumental
Batu Caves?
palaces
It's like
and
a
mansions
tourist
that were
hotspot
home
here.
to the city's wealthy elite.
These
And
monkeys
it's
stole
clear
my
that while they were Hindu,
soda.
these city elites had a great
I had a
deal of
Sprite at the
admiration
time.
for their
They
Muslim
popped a
rivals
hole
to
in the
north.
Sprite.
In these spacious houses,
They
the
popped a hole in the
architecture clearly
Sprite
shows
bottle
a blend of
with their
Indian
teeth.
and
I'm like, yeah,
Islamic
no thanks.
styles.
You can have that.
Some wall paintings in Vijayanagara
That's pretty scary,
even
man.
show the court wearing clothing in the style of their Muslim neighbors.
I don't
with
want the
formal
Sprite back.
vests,
You get the
tall
monkeys can
caps
have the
and
Sprite.
flowing gowns. Outside the walls of the city, the surrounding countryside was divided into a lacework of roads and fields, joining villages and larger towns that all provided grains like rice and millet, as well as squashes, gourds and other vegetables to the great city itself, brought in enormous quantities by bullock carts that would have filled the roads with a thick traffic. The perspectives of historians on Vijayanagara vary greatly, and in the past has caused huge disagreements, often among historians who may be approaching the evidence from a nationalist perspective or from a colonial or post-colonial perspective. Some of this is down to the differing ideologies of these historians, but the Vijayanagara Empire was a place of paradoxes
Malekith.
and contrasts. On one hand, its rulers clearly modelled themselves on the old Hindu South.
We'll try
Indian
melee for first
empires
phase,
of
but
the
second
past.
phase I don't want to.
One
I don't
clear
want melee
example
Malekith.
is in the temples
It's
they
just too
built,
much.
which drew inspiration
It's
from
too
ancient
spammy.
Hindu empires like the Chalukyas, the Pandyas, and the Cholas. These buildings were designed to reinforce the empire's connection to the Hindu powers of the past. But in many other ways, it was also a surprisingly radical experiment. A hybrid culture that took Hindu traditions and married them with outward and forward-looking desire for new influences from the Muslim world and beyond. The world of medieval India was fast-moving and competitive, and those kingdoms that fell behind often didn't last long. One king of Vijayanagara in particular, named Devaraya II, was all too aware of this. He was determined to modernize and hybridize the empire of Vijayanagara and end the days of it paying tribute to the powerful Muslim kingdoms to the north. And to do this, he would open the empire's doors to the world.
Let's try to lure him
Devaraya
over
II
here.
came to
Fighting on the
throne
bridge
in the year
sucks.
1432 as a boy only 8 years old. One Persian visitor to his court, who arrived about 8 years later, gives the following description of the teenage king.
Ow.
The king was dressed in a robe of green satin. Round his neck he wore a collar composed of pearls of beautiful water and other splendid gems. He was of an olive colour, of a spare body, and rather tall.
Ow.
He
Ow.
was exceedingly young,
Ah!
for there was only some slight down on his cheeks and none on his chin. His whole appearance was very repossessed.
I should actually be using Shield Crash to
And this
proc
young
Frost.
king, Devaraya, was determined to turn his empire into a
I need to
modern,
proc Frost on them before I
outward-looking
like do
state.
damage.
To do this, he sent out word
Can you swap
to the
over
Muslim
to
world that the doors of his kingdom
Holy
were
now?
open. He welcomed talented Muslim courtiers into his kingdom and enlisted as many as 200 Muslim officers into his army.
Keep the bleed
as
up.
the scholar Farishta recalls.
He's just standing there, menacingly.
To enlist Muslims in his service, allotting them estates, and erecting a mosque for their use in Vijayanagara. He also commanded that no one should molest them in exercise of their religion, and moreover, he ordered a Quran to be placed before his throne on a rich desk, so that the faithful might perform the ceremony without sinning against their laws.
Some carvings on the great temples of the city show Muslims taking part in its daily life, showing Arab horse handlers taking care of their steeds. And columns in the great Vitala temple show
I should get some
Muslim
frost
horse
bolts,
riders wearing
frostbone
turbans,
bolts or something.
rearing up on the back of powerful imported horses. The borders of Vijayanagara were now guarded by large forces of Muslim cavalry, mercenaries paid from the vast coffers of the empire, and to these would soon be added units of Portuguese and Muslim gunners, trained in the use of muskets. This influx of newcomers was changing the nature of Vijayanagara's military, bringing advanced modern battle strategies and the increased use of cavalry. And it would have changed the fabric of the city itself. Devaraya II also engaged in large-scale infrastructure projects, digging large networks of canals that expanded the agricultural potential of the land around the city. The metropolis boomed to even greater size, and the Persian ambassador Abdul Razak was so impressed by the city when he visited in the year 1443 that he gave the
Yeah, you see, like,
following
fuck
incredible account of the
meleeing
bustling
Malakath in
life
second
of the city's
phase. That's just
markets.
asking to die.
From the third to the seventh
Whoa,
fortress,
lag.
shops and bazaars are seen
There we go. See, look at that. Look at
In
that.
the
That
palace of
worked.
the king, there are 4
My
bazaars
strategy, my idea
situated
worked. It's
opposite
always
one
nice.
another.
It's always nice
Bazaar,
seeing
there
things
is a
work out like that.
lofty arcade and magnificent
Amazing.
gallery. But
Magnificent.
the palace of the king is loftier than all of them. The bazaars are very broad and long, so that the sellers of flowers are able to sell flowers from both sides. Sweet-scented flowers are always procurable fresh in that city.
Even
I'm just
travelling
like
on the
not
wealthy
good
Silk
enough to
Road city of
melee Malakath
Samarkand,
in second phase.
Abdul Razak was struck
is
by
too
the
dangerous.
obvious wealth of the citizens of Vijayanagara.
This country is so well populated that it is impossible in a reasonable space to convey an idea of it. In the king's treasury, there are chambers with excavations in them filled with molten gold, forming one mass. All the inhabitants of the country, whether high or low, even down to the artificers of the bazaar, wear jewels and gilt ornaments in their ears and around their necks, arms, wrists, and fingers.
Abdur Razak was especially struck by the vast stone elephant stables, which can still be seen in the ruins of Vijayanagara today.
Opposite the minister's office are the elephant sheds. The king has many elephants in the country, but the large ones are especially reserved for the palace. The king has a white elephant, exceedingly large, with here and there as many as 30 spots of colour.
Hello, I really like
Every
the
morning,
details and
this
how
animal
organic
is
your
brought
sculpting
into
looks.
the presence of
Thanks,
the
Sura.
monarch, for to cast an eye upon him is
Welcome
thought
to
a
the stream.
favourable omen. Each has a separate stall. The walls are very strong and high and are covered with strong wood.
And he gives a clearly quite bashful account of the city's apparently thriving red light district.
Opposite the mint is the office of the prefect of the city, to which it is said 12,000 policemen are attached, and their pay, which equals each day 12,000 fanams, is derived from the proceeds of the brothels. The splendour of those houses, the beauty of the heart-ravishers, their blandishments and ogles, are beyond all description. It is best to be brief on the matter.
Finally, he was brought in to meet the King Devaraya, who at that point would have been around the age of 19. Perhaps most illuminating about this meeting is how many questions the Hindu king asked his Muslim visitor. He bombarded the Persian ambassador with inquiries about the great Muslim powers of the world, how many horsemen the king of Persia had under his command, what his great nobles were like, and how they behaved. He asked many questions about the great cities of Herat and Shiraz, and it's clear from this the curiosity and fascination he held for the Muslim world. But being the king of a medieval kingdom like Vijayanagara could be a dangerous business. Devaraya sat at the top of a towering and fragile hierarchy, packed with jealous rivals. While the Persian ambassador Abdur Razak was staying in the city, Devaraya II was the target of one particularly dramatic and audacious assassination attempt by one of his brothers, which shows just how dangerous the life of a king could be. This brother of King Devaraya plotted to first slaughter all the high-ranking officials in his government, before finally heading to the royal chambers and killing the king himself. The first part of the plan went off without a hitch, as Abdur Razak writes.
The king's brother, who had had a new house built for himself, invited thither the monarch and the principal personages of the empire. At short intervals, the prince either came in person or sent some messengers to say that such and such great personage should come and eat his part of the banquet. Care had been taken to bring together all the drums, kettle drums, trumpets, and flutes that could be found in the city, and these instruments playing all at the same time made a tremendous uproar. As soon as the individual who had been sent for entered the above-mentioned house, 2 assassins placed in ambush sprang out upon him, pierced him with a dagger, and cut him to pieces. In consequence of the noise of the drums, the clamour, and the tumult, no one, with the exception of a small number to whom the secret was entrusted, was aware of what was going on. In this manner, all those who had any name or rank in the state were slaughtered.
Wow.
Once his grisly work was done,
That's
the
one hell of a
treacherous
plot.
brother went to the king's quarters to strike the final blow of his coup. He entered the royal chamber with a plate of betel nuts and leaves for the king to chew, but beneath these leaves he had concealed a hidden blade. Coming close to the king, the brother told him that the court was ready for him, and offered him some of the betel. But perhaps the king had detected something strange in the way his brother stepped towards him. He declined, saying that he didn't feel well that day. Abdur Razak records what happened next, as the treacherous brother lost his patience.
This unnatural brother, thus losing the hope of enticing the king to his house, drew his poignard and struck him therewith several violent blows, so that the prince fell at the back of his throne. The traitor, thus believing that the king was dead, left there one of his confidants to cut off the monarch's head. Then, going out of the hall, he ascended to the portico of the palace and thus addressed the people. I have slain the king, his brothers and such emirs, Brahmins and viziers. Now I am king.
But he had not counted on the king's resilience. As the treacherous brother's accomplice approached King Devaraya to decapitate him, the king fought back in dramatic fashion.
Meanwhile, his emissary had approached the throne with the intention of cutting off the king's head, but that prince, seizing the seat behind which he had fallen, struck the wretch with it with so much violence on the chest that he fell upon his back. The king then, with the help of one of his guards, slew this assassin and went out of the palace by the way of the harem. His brother, still standing on the top of the steps of the Hall of Council, invited the multitude to recognize him as their king. At that moment the monarch cried out, "I am alive! I am well and safe! Seize that wretch!" The whole crowd assembled together, threw themselves upon the guilty prince, and put him to death.
This dramatic episode gives us a sense of the life and death state
He didn't double
that the
tap.
emperors of Vijayanagara
Always
faced
double tap.
every day. And the kings who followed Devaraya II were not always as lucky as he was. The great king Devaraya finally died in the year 1446. His reign had been a golden age. He had left his kingdom a larger, wealthier, and more outward-looking place than he had found it. But the period that followed was one of chaos and dissolution in the empire. Devaraya's son is said, quite mysteriously, to have died of a broken heart, which is perhaps a euphemism for poison. His grandson took the throne, but would go on to be murdered by his own son. In a Shakespearean turn, this great-grandson of Devaraya was apparently horrified by what he had done and refused to take up the throne he had murdered his father for. He passed it on to one of his younger brothers, who quickly had him put to death. As blood ran in torrents from the throne, chaos began to engulf the empire, and soon the commanders of the military began to hunger for power themselves. One of these was a powerful general named Saluva Narasimha, a name that means man-lion. This general was a colourful character, a poet and a self-styled expert in lovemaking. In the year
Self-styled
1485,
expert in
he
lovemaking.
seized the throne in a military coup and ended the Sangama dynasty that had ruled for 150 years, since the first days of Vijayanagara and the two Sangama brothers, Bukka and Harihara, who had founded it. The libidinous general Saluva Narasimha didn't seem to care much
Libidinous.
for the boring business of actually ruling his kingdom. He spent much of his time apparently writing a long book of detailed erotic instruction, but he died only a few years after taking the throne. It's during this period of chaos
That's
and
so
the
funny.
reign of the hapless kings that followed that in the year 1498, the first Portuguese ship, captained by the explorer Vasco da Gama, arrived in South India, having sailed all the way around the coast of Africa. He would be the first European captain to ever do so, but he would be followed by many others. The Portuguese would soon set up a trading post at Goa on India's west coast, and in the coming centuries, European powers would increase their presence and influence in India. But at the time, the appearance of these foreigners excited little attention in the court of Vijayanagara. This time of chaos and upheaval in the empire would only come to an end with the reign of a man who would come to be known as one of the greatest, and certainly the most famous, of the emperors of South India. He was a man named Krishnadeva Raya, the last great king of Vijayanagara.
How long have you been sculpting? I have a lot of interest in it, but I mostly do stuff in
Krishnadeva
Blender.
was never meant
I've
to
been
be a
sculpting
king.
for a long time.
He was a prince, but his mother was a
about-
lower-ranking woman than any of his other brothers. And so his
I would say I've
older
been
brothers,
sculpting for
Imadi
about like
and
10
Viranarasimha,
years, if
each
not
took a
11
turn
years.
at the throne before he did.
Oh shit, I got
But
summoned.
they catastrophically mismanaged the kingdom.
Wait, what?
And faced
Oh, okay.
constant rebellions and uprisings.
Leap of faith.
When Krishnadeva's older brother
Where's the host? I need to
finally
protect the
lay on
host.
his deathbed, he was
Protect the
determined
host.
that his own
Oh, he must be in here.
infant grandson should take
Maybe?
the throne. But he
Possibly?
knew that many of the lords
Oh, there he is.
backed his brother
It's Lun.
Krishnadeva.
Solo
In a
host?
final
Oh god,
dying
okay.
wish, he ordered that his brother should be blinded, which under Indian law would mean he could not become king.
Where's the invader?
According to legend, the king's servants had no confidence in his baby son actually taking the throne.
I'm
but they were
scared.
still
I've never
afraid
done
to anger
PvP with
the
this build
dying
yet.
king. In a
I don't know
dire
the
move,
strengths and
they brought him the
weaknesses.
eyes of a recently slaughtered
Is the invader
goat,
AFK?
still dripping with
Oh,
blood,
I hear something.
and told him that his wishes had been carried out. The
Oh
king
my god, I
died,
almost fucking
satisfied
fell off.
that his line was secure, and Krishnadeva effortlessly took the throne.
Hunter Wu of
The
Seducex.
Portuguese traveller Domingo Paes gives the following
Oh, there he is. I see him.
account
He's
of
down
the
there.
appearance of King Krishnadeva.
Watch out for the freaking. Don't just jump down there. We need to take care of the
Rather fat than thin. He has on his face signs of smallpox.
the
He
dudes.
is the most feared and perfect king
Uh
that
oh,
could possibly
he might
be.
shoot me.
Cheerful of disposition and very merry. He is one that seeks to honor foreigners and
Come
receive
on.
them kindly.
I gotta stop
asking
missing.
about all their affairs, whatever their condition may
Oh
be.
my god, are you
He is a great
serious?
ruler and a man of much justice.
That hitbox for the
but subject to
ballista is
sudden
like
fits of
insane.
rage. And this
The
is his
fuck?
title. King of
Okay.
kings,
Okay, I gotta.
Lord of
Oh
the
wait,
Lords
who's
of
dead?
India,
Right? No.
Lord of the three seas and of the land.
Hey, did someone get? I thought someone died or something.
Krishnadeva Raya
Okay,
was
that's a
also
headshot. I
what
don't
might
see
think of today as a
how.
fitness fanatic. Domingo Paes
Man, I need something
writes the
explosive. I
following
don't have any
account
explosive
of his
bolts.
daily routine.
I need to get down there and help
The
out.
king is accustomed every day to drink a
Oh my
3/4
god.
pint of sesame oil before daylight.
Oh
and anoints
no.
himself all over with the same
What do
oil.
I do here? What do
He
we do
covers his
here?
loins with a small cloth and takes in his
I don't
arms
really
great
have an
ropes
answer
made of
for
iron wire.
Erd
And
tree
then,
avatars.
Taking a sword,
Oh my
he
god.
exercises himself with it till he has sweated out all the oil, and then he wrestles with one of
Volcano
his
pots, we'll use rot pots, we'll do
After
everything.
his labor, he
All the
makes
rot
swords
pots,
and
all the
gathers
everything
flame in
pots.
one direction and another to dawn. For he does all this before daybreak.
That's my. Oh my god. I gotta
And
heal.
Krishnadeva
Oh, okay,
showed
okay, okay.
similar
PvP's
energetic
dead.
attitude to his rule. One of his first acts was to embark on a campaign.
I feel bad for using rot
against
pots,
the
but I
troublesome
mean,
Lord of Elephants,
they use
the
the
king of
rot
Gandhar
avatar,
in the east.
so I
He
figured
marched
it's.
his armies into that humid forest region and seized important forts along the way. King Krishnadeva was a poet, and he wrote the following words in his epic poem Amuktamaliyada.
But yeah, Zura, if you're still here, Blender. I heard Blender actually has some pretty good sculpting tools now.
In the blue hills of
But
Puri,
yeah.
under the protective gaze of
If you're
blue-robed
thinking
Balram
about
and Lord
sculpting,
Krishna, whose eyes
Blender
like
might be
blue
the way to go
water
these
nymphs,
days.
I
I don't know.
prepared for battle and struck fear into the Gajapati's heart with my powerful arms pounding the drums of war.
The Gajapati king eventually surrendered, and in a classic example of conflict resolution in this period, he offered
I
his
don't
daughter
really
in
need
marriage
shield
to
grease.
Krishnadeva, who
This isn't really a
returned all
blocking
the
build.
coastal territory back to the now humble.
It is
Raja
useful, but
parties.
it's not useful enough
This
to have it on my
victory
hotbar.
must have boosted his reputation at home and fed what was apparently
Let's go somewhere
an
that's
enormous
not
ego.
raining.
Krishna Devaraya's royal inscriptions
Tower.
gush with self-praise.
Overcome by his glory, the sun sinks into the western ocean, as if quite unable to endure the distress of mine. As if fearing that
I need
the
to go
seven
check out
oceans
Blender
would
more.
provide a refuge to his enemies. They were dried up by
I
the
use
clouds
Blender
of
for
dust raised by the earth,
hair,
trampled to pieces
but that's
by
about
his
it.
horsemen.
I know there's a lot more
But
Blender
Krishna
has to
Deva
offer.
was also an eminently practical man. He published a series of political maxims that contained advice for how a kingdom should be ruled, how it should operate efficiently, and secure its access to resources, as the following example written by him shows.
A king should improve the harbours of his country, and so encourage its commerce, that horses, elephants, precious gems, sandalwood, pearls, and other articles are freely imported.
Under King
You know
Krishna
what?
Deva,
I should
the
probably like,
Vijayanagar
instead of
Empire
lightning
nearly
bolts,
doubled in
I should
size
use
and would
explosive
soon
great
reach
bolts here,
its largest
so I can also
historical
have
extent.
access.
And it would also
And
achieve
instead of
its
golem great
greatest
bow,
degree of
like let's go use the.
At heart, it was still a feudal society.
We'll put that
and its
away.
regions were ruled
We'll just
by
have double
lords known
crossbows.
as Nayakas.
We'll do
These
that.
Nayakas paid taxes to
Because
the
like
empire,
explosive
but
great bolts or
otherwise
like lightning
enjoyed
great
a
bolts,
degree
these are
of
both so
independence.
good to have.
As the Portuguese visitor Domingo Paez recalls.
And I don't
These
really want to
captains
do
who he has over
great
his troops of
golem
his
great
are the
eras.
nobles of his kingdom.
It's too cheesy.
They are lords and they hold the city and the towns and villages
It's
of the
too
kingdom.
much cheese.
There are captains amongst them who have a revenue of a million
go upgrade
and a million and
the-
a half of pardeos.
The
Others
jar cannon.
100,000 pardeos. Others 200, 300, or 500,000 pardeos. And as each one has
Plus
revenue,
3.
so the king fixes for him the number of troops he
Yeah,
must
plus 8.
maintain in foot, horse, and elephants. These troops are always ready for duty, whenever they may be called out, and wherever they may have to go. Besides maintaining
Alright,
these
this is
troops,
good.
each captain has to make his annual payments to the king.
Stormblade, eh? I don't know if I
Krishna
need Stormblade.
Devaraya was also a great builder.
Well,
To mark his coming to
oh,
the
I'm being
throne,
summoned again.
In 1510,
Okay.
he ordered the construction of a grand gateway tower, known as a
Well,
gopura,
let's go do a
to
little
adorn
bit
the temple to
sculpting while we wait
Virupaksha,
to get summoned.
as well as a central pillared hall covered in ornate carvings. This remarkable temple tower was
So
designed
let's go
based
pause
on
this for a bit. It's a bit chaotic. Oh my god, it's still Lin. It's Whoa, who's Citisax? Oh my god. So much lag. This dude is lagging hard. Whoa. I'm another hunter, dude. Don't worry. This is really scary. Dude's lagging hard. What am I doing? Whoa! Oh my god, the lag. How's this guy? Oh my god, this guy's lagging so fucking hard, dude. That's crazy amounts of lag. This guy should be dead. Come on. Come on. How's he not dead yet? Are you kidding me? Okay, this calls for oh, I don't have it. I don't have the Serpent Hunter. Like, come on, how is this guy not dead yet? He's been... Oh, okay, now he's dead. Gravity kills all. That guy is just so laggy. Oh my god. I've never seen anyone so laggy before. Yeah, it got a lot better from my understanding, but I really have not done much sculpting yet. I mostly model stuff and render. Cool, cool. Yeah, the geometry nodes look really cool. I need to take advantage of those. Sounds like you can pretty much do anything with geometry nodes. What would be nice is like getting like a Voronoi pattern to generate scales in Blender with, I wonder if that's already done. Could help speed up the process of creating sculpts. At least for like certain creatures that I do. Okay, let's go remove all of this. Turn off our 100 charm just so I don't get summoned without my weapons. We'll toss all of our stuff in. Take out the... Do I have the... Let's see. Need the... Do I not have it? I don't have it yet, I don't think. Oh well, whatever. Let's just go take my stuff back then, I guess. I don't actually necessarily need it on this build. This build is already pretty powerful. But for like super laggy people like that, definitely need a solution. Okay. Assassination quest. Let's go do those. Wait, we gotta talk to Raya first. We gotta do Raya's quest before we kill the last target.
If you it cannot.
I think I already talked to Patches as well.
Have any something? Oh, it just is like. Oh.
Okay.
Brave Tarn, I'm afraid. What's that? Goodness. Oh, how dreadful. I ought to be. Brave Tarn, this. Please do understand. Lady. I am told that my mother, I am but people, and but you are not. My secret now I share. Please keep them. My secret now I share. Please keep.
Dr. Tanith.
If it cannot, did you see the girl? Well, then perhaps. But please, her true, honestly. A true
Okay, let's rest here. I think I don't need to talk to Raya again, but let's see. If you don't need to talk again, let's go talk to this guy.
Someone please.
Yeah.
And please.
I have to go kill Rykard.
Worthy the greats.
Oh, yeah, I actually don't need to kill Rykard, but
Some despair. It is the run. It is the run.
Forgive me. I know I saw it entered. If it took, does the volcano lady?
okay.
If you just it entered, perhaps. If you just.
Okay. Okie dokie. Can't see jack shit. Wow. Triple kill? We'll check out that area later. I might as well kill the Bloodhound Knight here, just because I'm here. Grab the Bloodhound Claws. Those could be good for the DLC. Who knows? Who knows? There might be a situation where you might need Bloodhound Claws. I kind of want to just like grab the Serpent Hunter though, so I'm just gonna run through everything here. Oh, I don't even have this yet. Man, I love this place. I want to get summoned here more. This is one of my favorite dungeons. What? Still alive? I feel like the hitbox is kind of weird on the... At least for the skill I have. Hitbox is kind of wonky for the pizza cutter on the serpents. Yeah, it's like... Maybe I should lock on for these guys. Oh, I locked on a habit. Let's speed run through all this. Grab the summoning stones, just so we can get summoned here for co-op. Oh, I should upgrade the Mimic tier. This would be a good build for Mimic tier, I think. Do I even have the mimic here? I have the... I should be able to summon this, but... Yeah. Probably silly this boss, to be honest. It just like summons. Summons are fun. Wait, what? I don't need to two-hand. The frost proc on first. Fuck. There we go. Panic roll. Ah! Uh-oh. Oh, I forgot I have guard counters. I should do more guard counters on this guy. Oh, what? Motherfucker. I'm stuck on the floor. There's a ledge I can't go over. Okay, let's not get trapped back there. That place sucks. Oh yeah, I can't block that because of reasons. Yeah, get stuck, bitch. Ow. I can't really trade with this guy. Ah! Almost. How many more health potions do I have? I'm running low. I should just do shield crash on him. Pizza cutter doesn't work very well on like super poised monsters like him. Okay, got that. That was very messy. That was a very messy fight. Also, I think I'm over leveled for this place. I'm like level 90. Yeah, let's go back. Talk to Raya. About the scales, you mean like generate / distribute the scales over a mesh without having the sculptor apply them? Yeah, you can do that in ZBrush too, but I mean like designate what I really want. Like you see like the mesh here. It would be nice to like add in points. I don't know if this is even a thing. I feel like it's not. Like imagine if I can like designate points on the mesh. So I can like add like 1 point there, 1 point here, 1 point here, and 1 point here, and then generate scales that actually etch into like here, you know, like that. And then I can also change like, whoops, it's not really. Like if I can like, designate the area and then it sculpts directly into the high poly mesh like that, because that'd be nice. And then you can like designate like where it goes. So like the pattern generation would go that way, right? That would be pretty amazing. I don't know if Geometry Nodes can do that. But I don't want them to be like separate meshes because you can already do that in ZBrush with so I'll show you. Where's it? Zeth armor. I have some scales here. So you have like a mesh, right? Where is it? The cube. So in Z modeler, you can insert. No wait. Oh wait, this has to be insert. Wait, I have to go do. Hold on. Let's go do. Where is it? Geometry. Where the fuck? Array mesh? It's nano mesh. Okay. Where? I forgot how to do this. Array mesh on. I don't think it's array mesh. It's not array mesh. It's nano mesh. Oh wait, I know how to do this. Yeah, go here. Create nano mesh brush. So basically, like I can already do this. So insert all polygons. So you can like designate where to insert meshes and stuff like that. So that's basically, I think that's what geometry nodes do from what I've seen. But they don't like sculpt into the surface of a high poly mesh. You want to create a tool that uses something like a flow map that you can paint on and change parameters of the Voronoi. Yeah, kind of. Well, not necessarily paint on, but I want to like designate like, it would be like nice to like insert points into the high poly mesh, and then generate Voronoi from that, and then I can like add other control points or something to generate the density and like the curvature of how the Voronoi pattern generates. So I know that sounded like super complex, but I'll show what I mean. Where did the mesh go? Wait, where is it? It's here somewhere. It's in the top row. The fuck? Where'd it go? Where did it go? Oh, yeah. It's it doesn't look like, yeah, here it is. I was looking for the full body, but I actually had everything hidden. So if we look over here, like you see the armpit, right? It'd be nice. Because like Voronoi, what it does is it generates like a random pattern, right, of scales, which is nice, but sometimes you don't want random. You want the scales to flow. You want like the scales to flow from creases. Like if so, I'll just like mark out like this area right here, right? Like there's like a triangle here, and like there's like if this is like a mesh, right? It's like that, right? And then basically, like the scales here would be small, and then the scales here would be large. And you can't really do that with Voronoi. Like you can't designate the density or the size of the Voronoi cells in like that kind of fine-tuned manner. But if there's like a plugin for ZBrush or something like that, like if you can like choose like how the Voronoi cells generate, like based on topology like that. So like that, right? Because it's not like I don't want just like random noise. I want like actual. Because like the cells would be smaller here too. Like I've hand sculpted. But yeah, I don't know if a tool like that exists in Blender. And if it did exist, is it actually faster than me just manually sculpting it all in, you know? So Flow map would be exactly that. You just paint the direction on a texture and then use the RGB values of the texture. Oh. Flow map, okay. I'll go look at that. Blender flow map. I wonder if ZBrush has flow maps. I don't know. It might be more handy for later, but like right now, I'm already like hand sculpting everything, and it's going pretty smoothly already. So, well, I guess I just have to accept that. Like, maybe later, maybe once I get into like sculpting animals, like there's gonna be a lot of animals, so I will want to look into refining my techniques, expanding my toolkit for making lots of monsters and like other stuff for people to fight. But for now, I'm just gonna finish up these characters like the old-fashioned way. Because like the thing is, if I do that in Blender, right? I guess I could like export like sections of mesh out into Blender that are high poly, and then generate the pattern onto that, and then import it back into ZBrush, and then use the project tool, right? Project it onto that detail. But I mean, that could work. Hold on, I'm gonna write that down actually in my notes. That actually might be a way to do it. Use flow maps to generate scales onto high poly mesh. Re-import into ZBrush and project high poly details to subdiv mesh. I mean, that actually might. I think that'll actually work. That will actually be a viable method. So basically, right here, right? Use flow maps to generate scales onto high poly mesh. I can export this as a high poly, like smoothed out, right? Obviously, it wouldn't be like this detailed with all the details already. It'd be exactly this, but like completely smooth without any of the scales. I export that as a high poly mesh into Blender. From Blender, use the flow maps onto the mesh, re-import into ZBrush, because I want to preserve the subdiv levels. That's really important for me in here, because I don't think I can export subdiv levels from ZBrush into Blender. At least I haven't checked it out yet. I mean, there might be a way to export subdiv, but I think that might be ZBrush exclusive. And for those who don't know, subdiv levels means subdivision levels, so you can go all the way to the lowest subdivision and then go high. But yeah, that could be really cool. I'll have to test that out later. That might actually be a way to speed up production. Because I'm not giving up Elden Ring. Sorry, but I'm not. I could like give up Elden Ring to like make models faster, but nah. What was he doing? All right. Yeah. He's doing this.
Mathematical principles, using fractal design in which small parts of the tower resemble the whole. This gives the tower a mesmerizing shape and represents the infinite repetition of universes that lies at the heart of Hindu cosmology, as the scholar William J. Jackson describes.
I have my hunter ring on? I do.
The ideal form, gracefully artificed, suggests the infinite rising
Not here.
levels of existence and consciousness, expanding
there.
sizes rising
Here.
towards transcendence above, and at the same time housing the sacred deep within.
For the nearby Vitala temple, Krishnadevaraya also commissioned a striking piece of art to be carved out of several blocks of granite. It was a temple chariot made of stone, complete with wheels and ornate decorations, which can still be seen in the courtyard of the Vitala temple in Hampi today. This was a true golden age in South India, a time of peace, stability and prosperity. But this period of calm would not last. In fact, Krishnadevaraya would be the last great king of Vijayanagara. In little more than 50 years, this vast city would be destroyed.
Okay.
Its temples
That
and
done.
palaces burned, its streets emptied of people,
Town Church.
and its houses left to crumble into the earth.
Where's the closest part? Temple
And
of
the
Ige.
beginning of the downfall of Vijayanagara began with an event that to its people must have felt
As far as I know,
like
there
a
are no such
fantastic
tools in Blender
development.
yet. The problem is that Blender has a simplified version of Voronoi. Its true Voronoi is pretty slow to calculate dynamically. Yeah, I think it might, like, just like sculpting things out manually, but with like pen and tablet, might just be the best for my situation. For now, at least. Oh my god, I almost died.
For decades, they had been enthusiastically importing people from across the Muslim world: soldiers, architects, artists, holy men, and scholars.
Rock.
And these people had helped to transform it into a world center of culture and innovation. But this policy also had its costs. Soon, conflicts began to unfold between the Indian Bahmanis and the newcomers, mostly Persian-speaking Iranians, who were referred to as the Westerners. Throughout the 15th century, the Indian Muslims in the Sultanate became increasingly angry at the growing influence of these foreign arrivals. And as the 16th century
Whoa, what the
neared,
heck?
their anger
I've
turned
seen that before.
when the enraged ruler of Ahmednagar rebelled in the year 1490, the other regions of the Sultanate soon followed. By the time Krishnadevaraya came to the throne of Vijayanagara in the year 1509, the Bahmani Sultanate
shortcut?
was already splintering.
Oh,
By the
oh,
year
oh, 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 I'm gonna do
1518, it had fractured
Almost
into 5
died.
individual kingdoms, whose
Okay, we'll
sultans
go back up.
immediately began fighting amongst themselves over small pieces.
There's
of
actually a
land.
safer way. I shouldn't like jump through that hole. People all die all the time trying to get in there. I can just go this way and then jump over the edge here.
Was now all but unchallenged
It's a
in the
lot
south
safer
of
doing
India.
this. Yeah,
For
there we
King
go.
Krishnadevaraya, still only a young man of 17 years old, and still buzzing from his
There she
victory
is.
against the Gajapatis, the chaos in these neighboring kingdoms presented an obvious opportunity. That rich triangle of land known as the Raichur Doab, with its fertile farmland and wealth of diamonds, had been in the hands of the Bahmanis for many years now. But with the collapse of the Sultanate, it
We
was
go
now
do the
held
final
by
quest
just one
here.
of these 5 sultans.
Get that done, and
A
then
man named Ismail Adil
you can go get
Shah,
the Serpent Hunter.
the Sultan of Bijapur. Alone, he would be no match for the might of Vijayanagara. And so, in the year 1520, King Krishnadeva moved to take it from him.
I
with an
googled this
army of
before, and on some
100,000
forums someone
soldiers.
mentioned there might be a recreated Voronoi with geometry nodes, so it might be now possible. Yeah, maybe. I mean, there's probably like an industry standard way of generating scales already, because I've seen stuff around. I'll just see what the current tech is for that. That's probably the best method, honestly.
After the king had made his offerings and performed sacrifices
But
to
it doesn't.
idols,
I don't know.
he left
I, don't,
the city of Bisnagar
I haven't really
with
seen
all
like
his troops, and they
really
marched
good
in the following
examples.
order. The chief of the guard led the advance with 30,000 infantry. archers, men, and shields, and musketeers, and spearmen, and 1,000 horse and his elephants. All were
What a gentleman.
equally well
He
armed,
bows.
each after his own fashion. The archers and musketeers with their quilted tunics, and the shieldmen with their swords and daggers in their girdles.
In the days that followed, King Krishnadeva marched this large army across the Tungabhadra River and laid siege to the fort of Raipur. But this would not be as easy as Krishnadeva hoped. The kings of Vijayanagara had still not taken advantage of the developing technology of the cannon, although they had employed several Portuguese musketeers as mercenaries.
Why is my... Oh, why is it 44?
Perched on top of a rocky hilltop, and without effective siege equipment, the Hindus resorted to old-fashioned tactics, hacking away at the fort walls with pickaxes and hammers.
Yeah, we'll just
the
go
defenders, meanwhile,
back
were well
to the
stocked
volcano
with
manor
cannons and rained down fire
Talk to
from
Tanith.
the walls. These cannons did have one weakness.
Talk to everyone. I don't think I talked to everyone
They were unable
yet.
to fire directly downwards at the men with their pickaxes, hacking away at the masonry beneath. Still, they dealt a terrible toll on the besieging soldiers as they approached. The siege looked like it would last forever, but then one morning, Krishnadeva got word that the Sultan of Bijapur himself was marching south towards him at the head of an army.
I haven't talked to this guy yet. Still learning his skills.
This army was made up of his best crack troops, equipped with nearly 1,000 of the latest powerful cannons, imported from Persia. Perhaps feeling just a tremble of apprehension, Krishnadeva lifted the siege and went out to meet the Sultan in battle. Fernão Nunes, who witnessed these two armies come together,
the other
described
Hoslo
in visceral terms
should be
the
gone,
noise they made
right?
as they prepared to fight.
Seeing that dawn was now breaking, the drums and trumpets and other music in the king's camp began to sound and the men to shout.
Oh,
so
we
that
should
it
go
seemed
do
as if the sky would fall
Yardbird
to
quest
the earth.
first. We haven't done that
Then
yet.
the
We need to do
neighing and
that.
excitement of the horses and the trumpeting of the elephants. It is impossible for anyone to describe how it was. It would hardly be believed the great fear and terror that struck those who heard it, so that even those very men that caused the noise were themselves frightened at it. And the enemy on their part made no less noise, so that if you asked anything, you could not hear yourself speak, and you had to ask by signs, since in no manner could you make yourself understood.
This encounter, which has come to be known as the Battle of Raichur, is the perfect embodiment of the chaos and violence of a medieval battle. Although Vijayanagara had brought the larger army, the Sultan of Bijapur was confident that his superior firepower would scatter the Hindus and bring him victory. When the battle began, he ordered his cannoneers to fire all of their guns at once in a devastating volley. Fernão Nunes recounts what happened next, as 1,000 cannonballs tore through the ranks of the Vijayanagara soldiers.
He commanded the whole of the
quest is so
artillery
convoluted.
at once to open fire, which discharge, as it was very great, did much damage to the enemy, killing many of the horse and foot and many elephants. And it compelled the king, Krishnadeva's troops, to retire.
Okay, we need to go.
As soon as the Moors saw their enemies beginning to leave the field,
Temple of Ike, I
they
think.
charged all amongst
Pretty sure I
them,
can go do the rest now.
slaughtering them for about half a league.
It looked like all was lost for Vijayanagara, but King Krishnadeva refused to admit defeat. He rallied his generals and elite cavalry around him and gave a stunning and quite ruthless order.
When the king saw the way in which his troops fled, he began to cry that they were traitors, and that he would see who was his side, and that since they all had to die, they should meet their fate boldly. "Who ranges himself with me?" he cried. Immediately there thronged about him all those lords and captains that were ready to side with him. Then he took a ring from his finger and gave it to one of his pages, so that he might show it to his queens in token of his death. Then he mounted a horse and moved forward with all his remaining divisions, commanding to slay without mercy every man of those who had fled.
According to this account,
Oh, I can
Krishna
just
Deva
talk to
and his generals
Tanith and
began
she'll teleport
slaughtering
me.
their own fleeing men until they managed to make
Forgot about
them
that.
turn and flee in the opposite direction. The pure crushing weight of these bodies, backed by as many as 27,000 horses, seems to have turned the tide back on the Muslim soldiers. The Sultan's cannons had all fired at once,
Let's go talk
and
to
they all had
Patches
to
one more
stop
time,
to
just in
reload
case.
at the same time, meaning that they were unable to summon another volley.
Nothing.
While pursuing the fleeing men of Vijayanagara, the Sultan's men had abandoned
to
their
Bernal.
ranks, and when the enemy turned and pushed back, they found themselves in disarray.
Okay, Juno's gone.
The fleeing rabbit had once again turned around,
Oh.
bitten.
Oh yeah, we should do this first. Actually, yeah. Good thing we talked to Bernal.
Describes what happens next.
Refined manner. Yeah, I would have lost
The
out on
confusion
2
was so
armor,
great
well,
amongst
1
the
armor
lords,
set.
and such havoc
That would have
was
really sucked.
wrought
I would have
in
missed
their
out on that
ranks
Raging Wolf
that
armor
they
set.
did not even try to defend the camp they had made so strong and enclosed so well. But like lost men, they leapt into
Gotta be
the
careful
river
about how
to
fast you
save
progress in this game.
themselves. Then after them came large numbers of the king's troops and elephants, which latter worked amongst the mischief without end, for they seized men with their trunks and tore them into small pieces.
A final push by the elite troops of Vijayanagara drove the Sultan's entire army into the waters of
Whoa.
the Krishna River, where a massacre began. The army of Bijapur was defeated, but at terrible cost. 16,000 of Krishna Deva's men had been killed in the battle, as Fernao Muniz recounts.
Here the king stayed till all the dead had been burned, and the customary honours had been paid to them. And here he gave much alms for the souls of those who had
Yeah, we're
taken
missing out on the
battle
set. The set's really
on
cool.
his side. Those numbered 16,000 and odd.
Krishnadeva now returned to the siege of the fort, and it's here that he seems to have employed the help of a company of Portuguese mercenaries, led by a captain named Cristóvão de Figueiredo. While Krishnadeva seems to have employed a limited number of soldiers with matchlock muskets in his army,
Okay.
these European mercenaries
That's everything. I
had
can go
brought with
kill
them the latest arquebuses.
Rykard now.
These long-barreled guns achieved an astonishing degree of accuracy for early firearms.
Wait.
Fernão Nunes writes an account
I
of this
need
final siege and how this small group of Portuguese snipers tipped the balance in the battle for Raichur Fort, with either a very skillful or a very
I actually
lucky
don't
shot.
need to kill Rykard. I can just like...
Cristóvão de
I just need the Serpent Hunter.
went close to the crevice of the wall,
I already
keeping
grabbed
himself
that.
as much
Okay.
concealed as
I need the
possible.
flail. I didn't
And seeing
the
how
flail yet.
fearlessly the Moors exposed themselves on the wall, began with the musketeers abroad to open fire on them in such a way that he slew many, the Moors being careless and free from fear. The captain of the city, seeing the dismay that had spread amongst his people, began to turn them back with encouraging words, and he, wishing to see for himself where the Portuguese were, reached over with his body in front of one of
Time to
the
get the Serpent Hunter.
embrasures and was killed with a musket shot that struck him in the middle of his forehead. As soon as the captain was thus killed, there was great lamentation in the city, and soon there was no one defending the wall.
Alright, let's not get the waypoint here. Because I don't want to keep
surrendered soon
getting summoned
after.
here to do this fight. It sucks.
These rich lands now belonged to Vijayanagara,
It's a gimmick
an
fight.
accomplishment that many kings before had tried and failed to achieve.
Well, let's grab this and then go.
Krishnadeva was clearly overjoyed. But his victory had caused a ripple of concern among all the Muslim kingdoms of the region.
Might as well level it up, I guess.
Fernão Nunes
I need more
recounts
stones,
that
though.
the king soon received a number of diplomats, all carrying similar messages from the neighbouring sultans. They all warned him that he should not attempt to overreach. He should be content with his victory and not upset the natural balance of the region. With the hindsight that history gives us, we know that Krishnadeva should have taken this warning seriously, but he did not. Krishnadeva sent out the same reply to every one of the sultans, which Fernão Nunes recorded.
I have seen your letters, and thank you much for what you have sent to say. As regards Adil Shah, what I have done to him and taken from him, he has richly deserved. As regards returning it to him, that does not seem to me reasonable, nor am I going to do it. And as for your further statement, that you will all turn against me if I do not do as you ask, I pray
Let's
you
go
do not take the
reassemble
trouble to come to me,
our items.
for I will come to find you myself if you dare to await me in your lands. And this I send you for answer.
In fact, the young Krishnadeva was so emboldened that he decided to do what no king of Vijayanagara had dreamed of
The
for
flail
more
on
than
the
100
first
years.
one.
That was to march north
Or is it the
and
second
seize
one?
the Sultan's capital city of Bijapur.
Hold on, let me go
itself.
check something. I think it's I think the first one has to be Super Hunter, but I'm not sure.
Bijapur was one of the great cities of South India, and the largest and wealthiest in the lands that had once been part of the Bahmani Sultanate. It was a great centre of culture, trade and commerce, and was home to a great variety of gardens and water pavilions.
Yeah, Super Hunter is the
visitor
first
to the city
weapon.
would later describe it in the following glowing terms.
All around the gate of my residence were lofty buildings with houses, very healthy and airy. Before each shop was a beautiful green tree, and the whole bazaar was extremely clean and pure. It was filled with rare goods, such as are not seen or heard of in any other town. Perhaps no place in the wide world could present a more wonderful spectacle to the eye of the traveller.
The Portuguese observer Fernão
and
Nunes
then
travelled with Krishnadevaraja as he embarked
go
on this
get
campaign
some
far into enemy territory.
utility items.
He recalls the sight
So I
of
guess
the
like
great
Sentry's
city
Torch.
of Bijapur
I
as
can't shield
Krishnadeva's
Sentry's
armies
Torch.
approached it, and mentions that its houses reminded him of buildings back home
Maybe
in
the
Europe.
sacrificial axe, just in case.
And the king journeyed so far that he even went as far as
Maybe a
Bijapur,
dagger.
which is
Let's
the
do
best
sacrificial
city
axe.
in all the kingdom. It has numbers of beautiful houses built
Yeah, okay,
according to our
and then
own
second
fashion,
row
with many gardens
will be my
and
main
bowers made of
weapons.
grapevines
So
and pomegranates and oranges and lemons and all other kind of garden produce.
I have Kisa's wheel.
Seeing Krishnadeva's massive
Then
army approach, the Sultan
shield,
of Bijapur
spike
did the only
palisade.
thing he could. He fled the city and went into hiding. Krishnadeva marched into Bijapur without a fight and
Dragon
decided
Union,
to stay there for as long
Holy
as it took
and Jar
for the
Cannon.
Sultan to turn himself over. But the Sultan
And then
Adil Shah
just like the other
refused
random
to
stuff
come
I
out of
might
hiding.
need.
And so Krishnadeva and his
So,
army
Golden
settled
Great
down
Arrow.
in the city and waited. During his lengthy stay in Bijapur, Krishnadeva's army put an enormous strain on
Yeah,
the city,
sure, these two.
and in fact, they would all but destroy it. To
Then
keep
maybe like
themselves
2 more
warm
daggers
at
or
night,
something.
the soldiers demolished its beautiful buildings and burned them as firewood, and drank so much water that its reservoirs ran dry. The whole city of Bijapur was slowly demolished, as though eaten
There we
by
go,
termites,
organized.
until only the palaces where Krishnadeva was staying were still standing, as Fernão Nunes recalls.
The city was left almost in ruins. Not that the king
And
had
I'm
commanded
done
it
with
to be
all of that.
destroyed,
Jeez,
but
so
that
much
his
work.
troops, in order to make fires for cooking, had torn down so many houses that it was a great grief to see. The Sultan, Adil Shah, went to ask the king what wrong the houses had done that he had commanded to destroy them. For there remained no other houses standing, save only the palaces, where the king, Krishnadeva, was staying. The king sent answer that it was not he who had done it, but that he could not control his people.
Eventually, drinking water in the city ran out, and Krishnadeva was finally forced to leave. He had not captured the Sultan of Bijapur, but he had certainly made his point. Vijayanagara was now without doubt the strongest power in South India. The sultans who had once loomed over it now fled at the advance of its armies, and their cities could be plucked like ripe fruit. It was a point that King Krishnadeva clearly delighted in making, but it was one that the Deccan sultans would not forget. The destruction of Bijapur left a stinging reminder that if they continued fighting amongst themselves, a greater power to the south would swallow them up, one by one. Krishnadeva's actions would remind these sultans that they would soon need to stand together, and in that way, this resounding victory would lead in the coming years to the dissolution and collapse of the entire empire of Vijayanagara. If you had the choice to travel back in time and see just 1 week in the age of Vijayanagara, a good choice would be the week of the Mahanavami festival, a lavish ceremony that ran for 10 days, usually in October. The Persian ambassador Abdur Razak witnessed this event in the year 1443 and gave the following account of its chaotic and colourful scenes.
All the readers and storytellers, musicians and jugglers were rewarded by the king with gold and garments. For 3 continuous days, this royal fete continued with the most gorgeous display. One cannot, without entering into great detail, mention all the various kinds of pyrotechny and fireworks and various other amusements which were exhibited.
He recounts the splendour of the elephant procession that took place during this festival.
They brought with them 1,000 elephants, resembling the waves of a troubled sea, or a stormy cloud which were covered with brilliant armour, and with castles magnificently adorned, in which were jugglers and artificers. On the trunks and ears of these animals had been drawn, with cinnabar and other substances, extraordinary pictures and figures of wonderful beauty.
The traveller Domingo Paez was lucky enough to see this event when he visited Vijayanagara nearly 80 years later, in the year 1520. And it's clear that by that time, the opulence of the ceremony had only increased.
As soon as the king had finished his ceremonies, he again took horse and returned to the city in the same way he had come, the troops never weary of their shouting. As soon as he passed by them, they began to march. Then, to see those who were on the hills and slopes, and the descent of them with their shouts and beating of shields and shaking of arrows and bows that were without count. Truly, I was so carried out with myself that it seemed as if what I saw was a vision, and that I was in a dream.
As Paez saw this procession pass by, he could have had no idea that the final decades of this great society were now at hand. That in only a few decades, these streets would be empty, with grasses and vines pushing up through the stones. The last great king of Vijayanagara, Krishnadeva, died on the 17th of October in the year 1529, apparently after falling ill while preparing for another campaign against his old enemy, the Sultan of Bijapur. While successful at all other aspects of being king, he'd had little luck with Siren's
These sculptures
son.
remembers me of
Krishnadeva did have
Tyranid
two
from
sons,
40k.
one of
Yeah, a
whom,
bit,
at
huh?
6 years old, became a casualty of courtly intrigue.
Oh, yeah.
He was named the Crown Prince, but this was also his death sentence. Within a year, the boy was poisoned, with Krishnadeva suspecting his own prime minister, who he then had blinded. When the king died,
Yeah,
his
the
remaining son
DNA
was
of
too young
40k
to be
is definitely
considered, and so
in
the
Project
crown
Nova,
passed to his
like a
younger
bit of that
brother,
DNA.
Achyuta. This man seems to have had no talent for ruling, as Fernão Nunes recalls.
King Achyuta Raya, after he ascended the throne, gave himself over to vice and tyranny. Here is a man of very little honesty, and on account of this, the people and the captains are much discontented with his evil life and inclinations.
In the vacuum left by the death of the great king, a number of opportunists were beginning to fancy their chances. Chief among these was a divisive and ruthless social climber, in whose hands the empire of Vijayanagara would finally collapse into ash and flame. His name was Rama Raya. Rama Raya had led a remarkably colourful life. He began his career as a courtier in the kingdom of Golconda to the north, but he had a keen sense for situations in which he could better his position, and during the golden age of Krishnadeva's reign, he made his way south to the Vijayanagara court to serve him. Rama Raya's mother had been the daughter of a chieftain in the east, and these family credentials were apparently enough for him to marry a princess. This ambitious young man was now the son-in-law to the king, and at every turn he would work to increase his power and influence in the court. When Krishnadeva's brother Achyuta died after ruling for 13 years, his young son took the throne, and the plotting at court reached fever pitch. Rama Raya joined a number of unsuccessful plots before finally raising a successful rebellion with the intention of putting a young boy named Sardasiva on the throne, who was a quite distant nephew of the dead King Krishnadeva. But of course, it was Rama Raya who was truly in charge. This young boy, Sardasiva, was put on the throne in the year 1542, and Rama Raya, then around the age of 57, became his regent. A regent was a person who runs the complicated affairs of state while a young boy king grows up. The idea was that at the age of 16, the boy could take up these duties himself, and the regent, his duty done, would be quietly excused. But of course, this is not quite how things played out. When the young boy king Sardasiva reached adulthood, he demanded to take over the reins of the state. Rama Raya had him imprisoned. The boy king would now appear only once a year to the crowds.
Is
while
sculpting your
Rama
main
Raya
thing, or do you do
acted
other
as
things as
emperor
well?
in all but name.
I do
By the
retopology
year
as well. I kind of
1562,
do
even
everything
these
actually.
annual appearances
Not for
had
my day
stopped.
job, but obviously I'm developing a game on my own, so
One
I
of the
will
great
be doing
historical
everything.
composers of Carnatic music was a man named
But yeah, sculpting
Karnakadasa.
is kind of my main thing.
He lived during the life
Sculpting,
of King
retopology.
Krishnadeva and saw his death,
Yeah.
as well as the time of chaos that followed. During this time, he wrote a surviving piece of poetry that
I
describes
pretty
how
much
many
know
of
how
the
to do
citizens
everything
of
else related in
Vijayanagara
game
must
dev.
have felt as the kingdom
And if not, I
descended
can look it up.
over the 23 years that the usurper Rama Raya remained on the throne.
Where did truth and duty go? The noble can't survive anymore. Thieves and habitual adulterers strike it rich. The rest are poor. Family members turn hostile. Fools puffed up with pride forget God, guru and elders. Decent, holy people go unprotected. No one pays the soldiers. No helping rains shower the earth. Those with food and clothes are corrupted by bribery. Immature dogs full of trickery multiply like cruel snakes. Traitors to God win houses, gain cows and wealth and grain.
Sounds
Earth
like
groans
today's
under
world.
the weight, tottering.
Sounds like nothing's changed since
Crying.
then.
Worshippers of Shiva are clashing with the Vishnu devotees. Great offerings are made to the most horrific, violent gods. Who could list all the wrongs of the time?
While operating the Empire's foreign policy, Rama Raya acted just as deviously. As the Emperor of Vijayanagara, he plotted to turn the sultans of the Deccan against one another. These sultans often asked for Vijayanagara's help in their wars against one another, and so he would ally first with one, then another, with the hope of thereby weakening them all and keeping them at each other's throats. He would often promise not to destroy mosques or unnecessarily hurt Muslim civilians, but according to some sources, these promises were not often kept. Eventually, one of these sultans, a man named Hussein Nizam Shah I of the Sultanate of Ahmadnagar, would soon have had enough. It's clear that the Sultan Hussein hated Rama Raya on a personal level. Farishta recalls one meeting between these men when the king of Vijayanagara openly insulted his guest.
Hussein Nizam Shah went to meet Rama Raya. At the time of the meeting, Rama Raya showed great vanity and loftiness and remained seated, and had Hussein Nizam Shah kiss his hand in this manner. Hussein Nizam Shah was furious at the improper behavior of Rama Raya, and in order to reproach the Raja, he at once called for water and washed his hands. On seeing this, Rama Raya was enraged and said in the Kannada language, "If this man were not my guest, I would instantly cut him to bits with my sword."
These insults clearly stung Hussein, but the final straw would come when Rama Raya apparently sent a long and insulting list of demands for tribute to the Muslim Sultan. According to one obscure poet, an Indian Muslim named Shauki, this list of demands included camels from Kabul, ambergris, aloes, musk, a large silver bell, a golden flute, gold and precious goods, weapons such as maces and Bahmani daggers, jade pitchers, ruby cups, diamond cubes, and, perhaps most insultingly of all, the foot bracelets of the Sultan's wife. Finally, he demanded that Hussein stop eating beef, turn away from Mecca, and convert to worshipping Shiva.
That's
if Hussein refused, the poet relates the following threat allegedly delivered by Rama Raya.
I'll spare neither Turk nor Turkish beau. I'll spare neither rich nor poor. I will not spare the brides of India, nor will I spare the brides of Sind. I won't spare a single scholar or holy man, neither aged nor youth, neither young man or old.
Whether this episode is true, or just one of the many poetic flourishes invented by the poet Shauki, what is certain is that for this Sultan Hussein, the king of Vijayanagara had finally gone too far. He was determined to put aside his differences with the other sultans of South India and together join in partnership against King Rama Raya. The Portuguese chronicler Diego de Couto recounts the decision they made next.
After Ramaraya entered their kingdoms and destroyed and devastated them, and carried great riches away from them, King Hussein was so afflicted that he invited the other Moorish kings of the Deccan, so that they could all set out together against Ramaraya, and destroy him, and divide his kingdoms amongst them.
By this time, after years of war, there was a deep bitterness between these sultans. But faced with the growing insults from the south, they were prepared to set this aside. The sultans of the
So
Deccan
insulting.
sealed a tentative alliance with marriages,
They united.
even exchanging forts
That's
as
crazy.
part of their daughters' dowries, in order to settle the territorial disputes that had divided them. Through King Rama.
I need to write that down. Give me a sec.
Vijayanagar.
I need to write that down for my game. Where is... Okay. Do I have a history tab? Lore? Dev. To do. I need to like grab some of these items here. Because these are item dump items. They don't go into do list. Dev. Idea dump. Okay. Okay. So powerful ruler sends sends insulting message to lesser ruler, demanding weapons, jewels, riches, etc., as well as his wife's ankle bracelets. This unites lesser rulers to stop squabbling or something. And band against the more powerful ruler and insult. So add it. Okay, that's good enough.
Had united
Guys,
enemies
grabbing
against
free
them,
ideas
and they were now
for game
all
lore.
marching
Easy,
south,
easy peasy.
hungry for revenge. The year was 1565. By this time, the treacherous usurper Rama Raya was an old man, now well into his 80s. But when he heard of the combined forces of the sultans marching south, he was determined to ride out with his great army and lead it to victory. And he had good reason to be confident. Despite banding together, the sultans of the Deccan were still no match for Vijayanagara in sheer numbers. According to records, Rama Raya marched out.
Give me a sec. I'm gonna take a short break. Hey, I'm back.
1,000 cavalry and more than 700,000 foot soldiers. More conservative estimates put the number at around 150,000. This would have been the entirety of the army of Vijayanagara, with every soldier withdrawn from every far-flung post and distant border fort, and brought to bear for a final, decisive battle for the future of South India. The stakes for both sides couldn't have been higher. After a number of skirmishes, the two vast armies finally met on the plains that stretch out on the banks of the river Krishna, between the villages of Rakasa and Tangadi. But today this confrontation is remembered by the name of a fortified town about 25 kilometers to the north, a place called Talikota. For the sultans of the Deccan, the odds at the Battle of Talikota didn't look good. The forces of Vijayanagara outnumbered them significantly, and the advantage in firepower that the Sultan's ancestors had enjoyed at the Battle of Raichur had also been wiped out. In the more than 40 years since the armies of Krishnadeva had scraped a victory on the banks of the river Krishna, they had learned to respect the power of cannon fire, and Vijayanagara had truly joined the gunpowder age. Sources claim that Rama Raya marched to meet the sultans with 1,000 cannons. He clearly believed that with superior numbers, and now with superior firepower too, the result of the battle would not be in question. The scholar Farishta recalls the daunting sight that awaited the sultans.
It was at length fully ascertained that the only safe passage for the army was directly in the enemy's front, which was in his possession, and who had constructed field fortifications strengthened by cannon and fireworks on the opposite bank. 2,000 war elephants and 1,000 pieces of cannon were placed at different intervals of his line.
But the armies of the sultans had also learned lessons from their defeat 40 years earlier, and they now marched to battle with decades of experience in using cannon. This time, instead of arranging their cannons in a single line that fired all at once, they were placed in 3 lines, which could stagger their fire. Now, one line could fire while the others reloaded, creating an almost continuous blanket of fire. The effect was truly devastating. When the battle began, the forces of Vijayanagara unleashed one big terrifying barrage, as Farishta recounts.
Both armies being in motion soon came to battle, and the infidels began the attack by vast flights of rockets and rapid discharges of artillery.
Rama Raya, now an old man, declined to travel on horseback, and instead was carried around the battlefield in a litter or palanquin. At one point, he's apparently said to have surrounded himself with piles of jewels and coins, and handed these out to anyone who would charge into the heat of the battle.
The infidels, inspired by the generosity of their prince, charged the right and left of the allies with such vigour that they were thrown into temporary disorder, and even to prepare for retreat. Hussein, however, remained firm in the centre, and pushed on so ardently that the division of Ram Raj was thrown into confusion.
It seemed that the overwhelming numbers of Vijayanagara would win the day, but then something happened that would turn the tide completely. That is, Rama Raya, the regent, the usurper of the throne, was killed. Accounts of exactly how this happened differ. One unlikely sounding source describes how the sultans packed their cannons with copper coins, blasting them into the enemy ranks in what would be one of the first uses of a weapon that would come to be known as grape shot. These superheated coins would have torn like bullets into the Vijayanagara soldiers, killing their horses, and maiming hundreds. One source recounts that one of these coins flew through the sky of the battlefield, punched through the side of the palanquin that was carrying the treacherous King Rama-Raya, and killed him. Other sources claim that a stampeding elephant caused Rama-Raya's bodyguard to flee in terror, leaving him to be captured by an enemy vanguard. These sources describe him being taken back to the Sultan Hussein, who immediately ordered him to be beheaded. Some sources describe Rama-Raya's severed head being stuffed with straw and sent north to be paraded around the subcontinent. But however it happened, the result was clear. Rama-Raya was killed, and his army fell into disarray. Ferishtar recounts what happens next.
The Hindus, according to custom, when they saw their chief destroyed, fled in the utmost disorder from the field, and were pursued by the allies with such success that the river was dyed red with their blood. It is computed by the best authorities that above 100,000 infidels were slain during the action and in the pursuit.
Those who were able, with horses and elephants, fled the battlefield, while a huge number of foot soldiers were left behind to be massacred. The historian Mirza Ibrahim al-Zubayri, in his work Basatin al-Salatin, recalls how the sultans now prepared to march on the defenseless capital city.
During the course of 20 days that they remained at the seat of war, the sultans took their ease and nursed the wounded and sick. Then they turned toward Vijayanagar.
We can imagine the scenes as the frightened people of Vijayanagara watched the dribs and drabs of their defeated Grand Army returning home. Columns of the wounded and dirty winding down the road without leaders, telling stories of the battle and the death of the king. Some of Rama-Raya's brothers did manage to escape from the Battle of Talikota and fled back to the capital. They were now the assumed rulers of the empire, and the frightened people of the city must have looked to them for hope. And they had good reason to be hopeful. Capital cities were rarely sacked in medieval India, where ideas of honor were held in high regard. It was common to demolish mosques and Hindu temples in conquered territories, but unrestrained violence against civilian populations was relatively rare. More often, the victorious side would simply demand an enormous payment to cover the costs of their campaign and then some, and then they would return to their lands triumphant and a good deal richer. But when Rama-Raya's brothers fled back to the city, it soon became clear that they had no intention of paying anything. In the next days, they gathered up all the treasure they could, piled it onto ox carts, and fled, leaving the city to its fate. The city of Vijayanagara was now without an army, without leaders, and, crucially, without any money to pay off its enemies. From this point on, the consequences would have been clear. The complete loss of the city's leadership and the collapse of its military meant that law and order in the city broke down almost
Yeah, listening to
immediately.
this historical
Sources
stuff as an
recount
inspiration
that
for the
hordes
project,
of the
though. Yeah.
Empire's own citizens
Yeah.
rioted in panic
Also, just to
and
fill
anger.
like the blank air, I don't really
Its own
talk a lot.
soldiers who had fled the battle suddenly found
I really only talk when like
themselves
people talk to
and
me
they turned
on stream.
rampaging through the streets, stealing whatever Rama-Raya's brothers had left behind, stripping the city of its wealth.
Also, like VatiVidya isn't producing anything right now, so I need something similar to that.
The pure panic on the streets during
How do I kill
these
this guy?
final
Shield
days.
bash? I guess.
Writes that the army of the Sultan took only 3 days to reach Vijayanagara, while the chronicler Ferishtar
Oh,
says in
should have
10.
done that.
During this
Shouldn't
time,
have done
the
that.
mood in the city must have been one with abject terror.
Ow!
When the
Ow!
soldiers reached the city, they found the Dwama Raya fled, and its treasuries being emptied. With no
Okay, let's
tribute
go.
being paid, they were determined to get their money's worth, and began a campaign of looting. Over the next day, they would strip the Dayanara
Ah!
and left,
Run
and
away!
destroy the symbols of its leaders, burning its temples and palaces to
Nice
the
little
ground.
double heal. I have a lot of
The poet
flasks.
describes this event in triumphant terms.
Fuck, dude. I need to memorize the attack patterns of the fat dude.
They then rendered the city desolate. They harassed and killed. Both open and hidden wealth were revealed. Treasure was brought up from beneath the ground. People came to acquire riches and wealth, full of merriment, happiness, and delight. Boxes of jewels in the thousands, gold and silver beyond count.
They're so good, right? It's like lore videos. Alright, I think that's it.
They razed the lofty building and temples to the ground. The work of destruction was carried out with a vengeance. Vijayanagar was an extensive city, flourishing and well populated. It had never experienced any foreign invasion for ages. The nobility, the wealthy, the soldiery, the peasants, and the artisans all drove a roaring trade. During the confusion and disorder following the Muslim invasion, the citizens, out of fear, lurked in their houses, cellars, wells, and reservoirs. Those that were well-to-do betook themselves to the neighboring mountains and caverns with their family and chattels. The Muslim army remained at Vijayanagar for about 6 months. To a distance of 20 leagues around the city, everything was burnt and reduced to ashes.
Hype for the DLC? Yeah, you bet.
The historian Robert Sewell
Are you also
describes the
playing?
destruction
Do you also
in
play Elden Ring?
wonderful terms.
With fire and sword, with
I think I have like
crowbars and
I have a couple
axes,
characters
they
prepared
carried
already.
on day after day their work of destruction. Never, perhaps, in the history of the world has such havoc been wrought, and wrought suddenly, on so splendid a city, teeming with a wealthy
I have
and
this build that you
industrious
see here.
population
I have
in the full plenitude of
a Knight
prosperity
Comet
one day,
build,
and
Glass
the
Cannon
next,
build,
seized, pillaged,
Pure
reduced to
Faith
ruins.
caster. I have
Finally,
I have a lot of builds. Godskin
with
Peeler
what
plus
loot they could
a
find,
Family Heads build.
and left the city in ruins.
Yeah.
Historian Ferishtar
Everyone's like
describes
saying,
the
"Oh yeah,
devastating
you know, like
condition of Vijayanagar
Mikola's actually
and the
torrent."
fragmenting empire it had once been the heart of.
If you visit the subreddit, it's
The
pretty funny.
kingdom of Vijayanagar, since this battle, has never recovered its ancient splendor. The city itself was so destroyed that it is now totally in ruins and uninhabited. While
10
the country has been
reasons why
seized on by the tributary
Melina
chiefs,
is Mikola.
each of whom hath assumed an independent power in his own district.
Coming
But
soon. It's just like 2
archaeological
weeks.
evidence of the destruction of the city
2 weeks are gonna
is
go
not
by
just
really
damage.
fast.
In the royal centre, there is a great deal of fire damage to be found on the stones of the temples. Here, the superstructures of wood and other flammable material were set fire and burned, collapsing in and causing the stones that supported them to crack. Buildings such as the main royal complex and the audience hall, with 100 stone columns supporting its roof, were all burned, as well as others that represented the royal authority of the state. But in the residential parts of the city, the houses and markets, the destruction was much less, and there's no evidence of a wholesale burning of the city or of an enormous massacre. The Italian Cesare Federici, writing 2 years after the empire's defeat, reports the following.
When news came to the cities of the overthrow in the battle, the wives and children of the tyrant fled away, and the 4 kings of the Moors entered the city of Bezenica with great triumph. And they remained there 6 months, searching under houses and in all places for money and other things that were hidden. And then they departed to their own kingdoms, because they were not able to maintain such a kingdom as that was, so far distant from their own country. The city of Bezenica is not altogether destroyed. The houses still stand, but empty, and there is dwelling in them nothing but tigers and other wild beasts.
When the armies of the sultans left, the population of Vijayanagar would emerge from the caves. With its leaders gone, its administration collapsed, and the entire empire fragmented.
The real answer is
kingdoms. It seems that the people
Melina
of the
is
city
the Glow-Eyed
could no
Queen,
longer
is
maintain
Mikola,
the
is
large and
Millicent,
complex
is Melania,
metropolis
is
they had
Tarnished,
once
is
called home.
is
They would
Roach,
soon be forced to loot
is Geralt
what
from
remained of the city in
Rivia.
order to survive. Bit by bit, the stone buildings that had withstood the invading army would be dismantled, or simply left to the vines and the wild dogs. The great city of Victory was now a ghost town. The farmers who continued their lives in this area would sow rice in the once lavish gardens of the kings. They would take stones from the palaces to build their houses, and women would wash their clothes in the once opulent bathhouses, hanging them to dry on the fallen pillars. Now only troops of monkeys would make their homes among the rocks and the skeletal remains of ancient halls. With its status reduced, the city of Vijayanagara no longer seemed to suit its grand name. Instead, it became known by the name of one of its smaller districts, which remained inhabited among the ruins, now a small village named Hampi. This was the ruined place that the Scottish captain Colin Mackenzie would wander through nearly 150 years later. Birds would soon make their homes in the temple roofs. Indian robins, large grey babblers, blue rock thrushes, quails, and the rare yellow-throated bulbul. And plant life would have gradually crept in to reclaim the empty streets. Soon after its abandonment, the stones of Vijayanagara would have sprouted with grasses. Banana and coconut palms would have begun to spring up in the streets and yards. The wiry branches of the frangipani tree would burst up through the temple courtyards, lifting the flagstones with their roots, while perennial weeds like the lion's ear and prickly pears would have sprouted between the cobblestones. The kings of Vijayanagara, who fled the destruction of the city, did continue to rule in a much diminished form for several more decades, and shifted their courts to their remaining territories in southern Andhra. In their grandeur and ceremony, their processions and festivals, they attempted to recreate the splendor of their past, but in reality, they would never again wield power in the same way. The glorious days of the great capital were now a distant memory. Like their great rivals, the Delhi Sultanate and Bahmani Sultanate before them, they now ruled over a tiny portion of what they once had. By the dawn of the 17th century, that power too evaporated, and the last of Vijayanagara's Nayaka lords went their separate ways. With the economic heart ripped out of the empire, without the booming economy of the temples and the markets of the great metropolis, the surrounding towns and villages also went into decline. Port towns far away on the western coast like Batkal and on the eastern coast like Pulicat also shrunk around this time. The dance of Shiva went on, and another great empire had passed into ruins. The historian Manu Pillai describes this time.
The lessons for the sultans in the northern Deccan from this episode should have been clear. It was the inability of the Deccan's ancient rulers, the Kakatiyas, Hoysalas and Yadavas, to join together against their common enemy that led to the fall of their order at the hands of the Khiljis and Tugluks. When the Bahmani Sultanate emerged, its leaders too ultimately failed to rein in dissension, and in only a few generations the kingdom was on its way to decline and disintegration. The rebel sultans who seceded from the Bahmanis continued this tradition by constantly feuding with one another. But Rama Raya's ambition reminded them at last that in the game they were playing, they were all destined to suffer as losers. Together then, they rose against Rama Raya and demolished Vijayanagar for once and forever, achieving in a stroke something that even they, perhaps, could not have believed was entirely possible.
In the following years, in the north of India, a new power would rise in Delhi, founded by a warrior chieftain from Uzbekistan. He was Turco-Mongolian in ethnicity, and today we know the dynasty he founded by a name derived from the Persian word for Mongol. The age of the Mughals had dawned, and a new, glorious stage of Indian history
Definitely need more
would now begin.
polys here.
But the center of Indian
Another
power
subdiv.
would now forever be in the north.
Another subdiv level.
Around the same time,
We'll
another
get as much done as
more
we can on this
underwhelming
subdiv level
event would
before
take place, far
going to
from
the next.
resplendent finery of the Mughal court, that would have perhaps an even greater impact on the history of this land. In the year 1626, little more than 60 years after the Battle of Talikota, the British East India Company built its first fortified port near the coastal town of Pulicat. This town was once the gateway by sea to the Vijayanagara Empire, and through here the empire had traded with Sri Lanka, Indonesia, Malaysia, Myanmar and China. But in the decades since, the port town had fallen on hard times. The fort the British built was shoddy and indefensible, and the trading company abandoned it after only 6 years. But 2 years later, the British tried again, a little further to the south, at a small fishing village called Madras Patnam. It's said that the site was chosen because the head of the company factory, a man named Francis Day, had fallen in love with a Tamil girl who lived nearby. At this time, the land was ruled by one of the lords left over from the fragmented and scattered Vijayanagara Empire. He was more than happy to grant a lease to that small bit of humble land to this foreign company, in exchange for a share of their takings. This was the first true foothold of the British East India Company in India, a foothold that would grow into colonial domination of the entire landmass. And it came out of the weakness and dissolution of the empire of Vijayanagara.
East India Trading
I want to
Company.
end this episode with an extract from the epic poem Amuktamal-yada.
I gotta add that to my game. Something like that. Something like the East India Trading Company.
In the early 16th century, in the final decades of his empire.
I'm gonna write it down. I know there's a lot of lore there.
Between the god Vishnu and one of his wives, the saint Andal. In this extract, a king overhears a Brahmin priest preaching and is suddenly struck with a sense of the temporary, fleeting nature of life and the passing glory of great empires. I think in this moment, you get a sense for its author, Krishna-Devaraya, struggling with his own impermanence, a keen awareness of his own mortality, and the fleeting nature of his empire. As you listen, imagine what it would feel like to wander the streets of the great stone capital of Vijayanagara, now emptied of all life. Imagine watching the vines and creepers push their way between its stones, the monkeys clambering over the staircases of broken brick, reaching up to the sky. Imagine watching the once great reservoirs and bathhouses fill up with weeds and water lilies, the great towers of the temples now home to bats and wild dogs. Imagine watching the sun set over this great empire as the dance of Shiva, the dance of creation and destruction, goes on and on into eternity.
On his way, he overheard the visiting Brahmin recite another wise saying. He said, "Just as you should gather provisions for the rainy season in the 8 months before the monsoon, you should prepare for night during the day, for old age when still young, and for the next life, right now, in this life. While you still can, you should try your very best to lead a righteous life." These words about life's inevitable future pierced the king's soul. The king listened to the proverb, reflected on it in his heart, understood its meaning, and stopped. He was stunned, overwhelmed and petrified. He froze and stood in the middle of the road in utter distress. He thought to himself, "Oh, what is this glorious empire? What are these pleasures? Why these emotions? This body is nothing but a bubble about to burst. Even Manu, the primal man, who was born at the dawn of time, was ultimately destroyed, trampled by the great god of death. The joys of an empire are as fleeting as lightning. Just as travelers ferried to the far shore without even noticing the movements of the boat, so too does time pass quickly without our realizing it. And in this trance, life passes us by."
Thank you once again for listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. I'd like to thank my voice actors for this episode: Peter Walters, Chris Harvey, Michael Haji Antonis, Kim Heron, Nick Denton, and Paul Cassell. Readings in Sanskrit were performed by
That was
Pranav
really
Iyengar.
cool. That was a really cool video.
Acting as a special consultant on this episode was Manu Pillai, author of the book Rebel Sultans, The Deccan from Khilji to Shivaji. Manu's new book, False Allies, about India's Maharajas, is available to buy now. I'd like to thank my researchers on this episode, Kieran Falvey and Brian Stolk, and I'd also like to thank my archival researcher, Joe MacDonald, for rooting through the archives in the British Library for Colin Mackenzie's unpublished account of his visit to Hampi. Krishna Devaraya's Amukta Malyada was translated by Srinivas Reddy. Joining us on this episode was the virtuoso of Carnatic music, Aruna Sairam, who recorded 7 incredible tracks of traditional Carnatic classical music, including her own compositions, based on the poetry written by King Krishnadevaraya. If you enjoyed these tracks, they will be available to download for all Patreon subscribers. I love to hear your thoughts and responses on Twitter, so please come and tell me what you thought. You can follow me at Paul M.M. Cooper, and if you'd like updates about the podcast, announcements about new episodes, as well as images, maps, and reading suggestions, you can follow the podcast at Fall of Civ Pod, with underscores separating the words. This podcast can only keep going with the support of our generous subscribers on Patreon. You keep me running, you help me cover my costs, and you help keep the podcast ad-free. You also let me dedicate more time to researching, writing, recording, and editing to get the episodes out to you faster and bring as much life and detail to them as possible. I want to thank all my subscribers for making this happen. If you enjoyed this episode, please consider heading onto patreon.com/Fall of Civilizations_podcast, or just Google Fall of Civilizations Patreon. For now, all the best, and thanks for listening.
Ugh. Oh wait, these indents right here, it's where the horns come out from. The spikes, I gotta be careful about that. I almost like drew over those. Move this one over here. I was like, what are these strange indents on the scales? When did I do that? We'll save it. We haven't saved it in a while. Oh, actually, I gotta go soon. I've already been streaming for like 5 hours. We'll do like one more co-op. Yeah, I gotta go. Got a lot done today. Oh wait, before I do the co-op, I do want to do the... Well, actually, we'll queue up for co-op and then I want to work on the poly paint. Good night. I'm not going yet, Rusty. You're too eager to see me go. Subtool mask by where is it? Masking. Mask by cavity. Alpha. Oh, you're going? Alright. See you, Rusty. Take care. The end part here needs a little bit more detail. It's fine. I kind of just want to get the poly paint in because it's so inaccurate. It's actually kind of hard to spot errors. Alright. Oh. Did the summon sign not work? Oh, that was fast. I was gonna say, maybe I'll just go like, call it a night. Oh, okay, well, Elden Ring crashed. I'm gonna go to sleep now. I'll catch you guys later.